How many of you would like to smile while co-creating the new paradigm of freedom under natural law? Syndicate known as the State of Israel that we're seeing. Everybody's seeing the genocide and mass murder that they're committing, but he can say anything he wants as long as it's wrapped in a joke. If it's humorous, and he's playing strategy too, because he's playing code words. So great job, Dave Chappelle. Thank you for speaking truth. Imagine if Dave Chappelle was voluntarist minded or interested in natural law. How much more powerful and immortal his work would be. So thank you. And maybe you're the next one who's going to do a great job like that with jokes. Sometimes you can do it on video. You don't even got to get on stage. Okay, the final clip of a comedian is Bill Hicks. Rest in peace also. And he's showing us and speaking into existence what we all can create. And he's oftentimes negative, but I think at this point in his life, he found some silver lining and he laid it out in the form of a joke. And this will continue and echo throughout eternity. Here is Bill Hicks.
Is there a point to my act? I would say there is. I have to. The world is like a ride at an amusement park, and when you choose to go on it, you think it's real, because that's how powerful our minds are. And the ride goes up and down and round and round. It has thrills and chills, and it's very brightly colored, and it's very loud, and it's fun for a while. Some people have been on the ride for a long time, and they begin to question, is this real, or is this just a ride? And other people have remembered, and they come back to us, and they say, hey, don't worry, don't be afraid, ever, because this is just a ride. And we kill those people. Shut him up. We have a lot invested in this ride. Shut him up. Look at my furrows of worry. Look at my big bank account and my family. This has to be real. It's just a ride. But we always kill those good guys who try and tell us that. You ever notice that? And let the demons run amok? But it doesn't matter because it's just a ride. And we can change it anytime we want. It's only a choice. No effort, no work, no job, no savings of money. A choice right now between fear and love. The eyes of fear want you to put bigger locks on your door, buy guns, close yourself off. The eyes of love instead see all of us as one. Here's what we can do to change the world right now to a better ride. Take all that money we spend on weapons and defense each year and instead spend it feeding, clothing, and educating the poor of the world, which it would many times over, not one human being excluded, and we can explore space together, both inner and outer, forever in peace.
Bill Hicks laying it down, calling out the unrighteous ones who kill the good people with comedy, and then shows a bright future to explore space, inner and outer, together, forever, in peace. That's pretty good. That's a comedian. This is an entertainer. He's actually a philosopher and visionary. Probably like you and I, and the people who realize what time it is. It's time to speak truth. And you can scream and yell, if that's your style. You can whisper. You can make music, make film, do comedy if you want, which is the purpose of this presentation. So I got a couple more things here. Let's look at the 9 laugh triggers according to Jerry Corley. Take a look. Here's his YouTube channel. Lots of free stuff on there. Highly recommend you go take a look. He's been helpful in my beginning process. This is the 9 laughter triggers: surprise, embarrassment, recognition, incongruity, release, superiority, ambivalence, configurational, coincidence. If you have no ideas what these are, neither did I, and I still don't. I'm still learning, but it's an art form. It's a practice. Pause it, screenshot it, take it, and begin practicing it. I invite you to go do some open mic and practice some of these things. Just do one joke. And you can take a look at the second guy here. Greg Dean has free trainings on his YouTube channel as well. And we're going to use one of his slides. The setup in this joke is my grades skyrocketed because I could focus on. Generally, you're going to think of studying. Your grades skyrocketed because you could focus on studying. But she could change that. What if she traded drugs for the answers, the cheat sheet? So now she doesn't need to study. Now she can trade my Adderall for the test answers. That's the new meaning. That's the misdirection, the surprise in this joke. Thank you for your time and attention. I appreciate you. And hopefully, you now know why laughing accelerates the truth and why comedy is crucial to the great self ownership awakening. My invitation and my challenge to you, if you have any interest at all, go try an open mic comedy session in your city or any city, or take an online comedy class or watch some of the videos that I shared, because the unrighteous forces try to bring our spirit down, but comedy lifts it up. We didn't even talk about the health benefits. Maybe we'll do that another time. But if you're ever in the Redding, California area, come out to an open mic. We have a weekly open mic usually, and I produce 1 to 2 shows a month. So let me know, and I'd be happy to put you on if you can come tell some jokes. And I commit to putting more solutions into my comedy. I do have some solutions in there, but it's a beautiful art form. So I'm grateful to all the people who came before me and some of the people I didn't even mention. Jim Brewer, Cat Williams, Theo Vaughn, Jimmy Dore, some of these other people. These guys are close to voluntarism. They're close to natural law, and somebody's going to blow up, I believe. So maybe it's you, maybe it's someone else. But thanks for coming to the show. I hope to see you again, because we are building a world based on self-ownership, consent, and freedom. My name is David James Rodriguez, and it was a joy to serve you.
Well, we're back. Little minor interruption. It's pretty shitty, but hey, that's how it goes. That's how it goes in the world that we live in. But I love the message that David is proposing, and that was a great video. And I agree with it 100%. Comedy is an art form. It's a very human quality, and it just is a totally different realm to reach people with truth. 100%.
Yeah, if you can make people laugh, and boy, that is an advanced skill that is difficult. And we're working on rhetoric. So David really puts the challenge forward. I love him. He's such an awesome guy. It's good to be able to meet him in person from time to time and see some of his shows. And I'm very thankful to have him as part of this conference. Too bad we got shut down for a minute there, but that is the nature of this beast that we're projecting our truth upon here with. It sometimes does that to you.
Yeah, people share this link, share it out there. The unfortunate part about restarting a stream is that you lose a lot of people. But still the same channel, still Odyssey, X, Twitch, One Great Work Network, FUNL, YouTube, Facebook, etc. So back live on there. And but we're still on schedule, so that's great. And let's see. We got next, we have another live treat coming up with Chris Youngblood doing some live poetry in just a few minutes. First, we're going to play. Derek, did you want to comment on David's? Sorry, dude.
Oh, no worries. Hats off. And he's motivated me to, get more into comedy. Please take his offer up, people out there listening. Even Chris, I meant to say in the intro that, he's gone up and, him and I, sometimes we, started writing little one-liner comedy jokes and all that stuff. It's a great way to bypass people's kind of staunchness in regards to truth-related topics. You know what I mean? As the saying goes, in a sense. But yeah, wonderful stuff, David.
Excellent. So in a couple minutes, we'll bring Chris Youngblood on for some live poetry.
This is the End Evil Podcast, where we speak raw truth.
The aim is to impress you about the value of your time on this planet, to shine a light on the most important truth that has been obscured for too long, to give you the information and knowledge necessary to make true change, to move human experience away from suffering and grief and towards love and joy. Let's begin to work towards the end of all evil. Every week, we dig into natural law, trauma programming, and the mechanisms of societal control. We replace ignorance with knowledge, fear with courage, and apathy with action. As Jeremy Locke said, evil is the destruction of freedom. Go to endevil.life.
There he is. All right.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming through.
Okay, cool. I sound okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're coming in. It's good to see you, Chris. It's been a minute. I'm so glad you were able to come because, now it's a tradition.
Yeah.
Love to hear some of your words, man. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm doing well. Yeah. Am I looking straight? Okay, cool. I have to look over to the side here. I see you guys on the side. I just want to make sure I'm all set.
Yeah, it takes a little practice. Sometimes I have to remind myself, oh, yeah, the people over there in that little camera dot. I'm trying to look this way, look at my screen.
Right.
Boy, that's a battle you go through, too, making a presentation. I'll tell you what, I'm trying to get it to look decent and, part of the fun process. But, yeah, here we are. We're doing it live and making it happen. Had a little hiccup today, but we're still going.
Yeah, I saw that. Thanks for sending me the new link on the stream. I'm glad I saw that before I went to the old link.
Yeah, perfect. I was worried you weren't going to get it. So,
No,
well, go ahead, Leslie.
Well, I just wondered what you think so far. Have you been able to follow along today?
Oh, it's great. I've been in and out, and I definitely will go back to the presentations that I missed. But yeah, what I've seen so far has been excellent. And just kind of the progression of all the different subjects really is key, but they all fit in, and everybody's bringing their own thing to the table, their own element, so I love that.
Yeah, so it makes this very cool.
Right, absolutely. And I saw your whole presentation, Leslie. It was I'm going to go back and revisit it too, so it's excellent. Yeah,
thank you. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And we always love your poetry. So
and remind listeners where they can find your work, Chris, if they want to check out more of your poetry and spoken word type work. Where you do what is it? Substack? Where is it? Yeah,
it's on Substack. If you go to chrisyoungblood.substack.com, the name of my Substack is Youngblood Elixir. But yeah, you can find it there. Just go to chrisyoungblood.substack.com, and I have some written spoken word. I also have some spoken word poetry that's also in audio there. Where if you actually go in, you can see I do put all the text in there too, so you can read it along as you hear it on audio. So yeah.
Fantastic. Well, then we'll give you the stage. I think you have something prepared for FUNL listeners tonight. Thanks so much for bringing this.
I do. This actually, so this one I do have to read from the screen because I actually, when you reached out to me, Chris, I hadn't written anything. So I wrote this specifically for FUNL. So it wasn't enough time, I feel like, to totally memorize it like I have in the past, like I did on sound, for the sound path. But yeah, this one's called What Is and What Is to Come. Heart between the blade and the chalice, a generative phallus, walking erect. Freedom, free dominion, I'm my only elect. The sovereign of my land, so motherfucker shadow ban. Instead of experiencing the C-SPAN, some would rather watch C-SPAN. Talk about Greenland instead of walking on green land. These talking heads saying they're gonna make changes, but I'm still waiting, cross-eyed and painless. Don't come with head down and hands out for please, down on your knees. Because in the front there's food to eat, but in the back there's a boner. Don't sleep, you'll get fucked like Jimmy Savile's a donor. That line's not fair, got your head spinning like Linda Blair, because the power of Chris compels you. I still retain the star seed. Testosterone got me naming the Yellow King. That's why these bars bleed. The scroll is just a drone, videodrome, or a dome to keep the cattle from Rome, or better yet, storm and roam. Some of us would rather roam like a B-52, but drop bombs is paint on trains. Drop bombs is punchline on page. Drop bombs is an herbal sprayed sage. The terms are different, stakes are higher. The few of us shadows from the smoke of the pyre. I'll turn the wool over your eyes porous with a blood-soaked written notebook from the Amazon forest. I poured my dark half onto paper like Stephen King, but kept them tucked inside for when the bell goes ding. Umbilical severed in 77, so this Chris Christ unveils his seventh seal. On chaos I dig my heel. You'll want to sit down, pinch a stool when I drop this prophecy, because my vocals get all up in your shit like colonoscopy. The tyrants won't force a neurotransmitter. For the infinite, we possess the crystal emitter. Synthetic loops won't nick, and it sure won't land. That's just an egregore, we God's hand. No separation anxiety of kin, no exploiting the wound. Why upload to the cloud when we can commune? They say a trade-off of freedom for security, but voluntary exchange creates our own Benjamin's change. Digital hellscape has humanity stiff like mannequins, but we'll steer the spine back, bring balance like Anakin. We won't bite nature's hand, the one that feeds, just the one that intervenes, the one forcing to choose teams. We set up our own replacement, not an effacement, but a new basement, molded on natty law principles, the truth indispensable. The fraudulent system is going down and the new code going up, filled with algos, deaf devices, and androids to fuck. But as before, there's always an exodus, because the mind moves, elements return to the precipice, where it begins and where it ends, not placing radio on our head just because Beatty got the bends. To harm none, to steal not, that is the core from which the earth won't rot. Produce good apples so the bad become naught. The micro core reflects the macro core. Who needs a core processor when the juice overpours? With the life natural, the fire remains steady, abundant and embodied, not merely heady. So don't bring that tyranny to our hood, because we'll be up rising like Bob Marley morning wood. One love.
That's awesome.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Chris.
Thank you all. Thanks for having me. It's an honor. And thank you to all the presenters, today and tomorrow. Looking forward to the rest of the night. I see the two Brandons are coming up, so looking forward to their presentations for sure.
Yeah, it's powerhouse from here on out.
Yeah.
And, it just goes to show, like we've tried to tell folks, everybody has a different form of speaking. And, Chris can belt out those words and you got the voice for it. You got the meter, the tone, and some of us are more the feminine, eloquent voice like Stefana, and Derek with the rhymes scattered in between the truths. We all got our different way of doing it, but we're putting it out there and we're doing our best. So thanks for doing what you're doing, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you.
Leslie, Derek, do you want to say any words before we get to start introing the next speaker?
Yeah, just pleasure and honor of being in contact with you, brother. You're quite the hermetic wordsmith, and appreciated your work and presence in what you did for the Sound Path Music Festival as well, for sure.
Yeah. I just feel like, not only the words you say, Chris, but the way that you say them, the spoken out loud word really has a way that hits me in my heart. It brings an emotional experience, and I just admire that, your ability to do that. Makes me want to go back and listen to that again and again. So
I appreciate that. Leslie, I appreciate that. I've been watching your work for a long time now. Chris as well. So like hearing that from both of you, that means a lot. I appreciate that.
yeah, glad you're on board here with the Funnel 5.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's an honor.
All right. So what do we got next?
All right. Well, without any more ado, thanks, Chris. And I'll introduce our next speaker. And this is a very powerful speaker with a very powerful message. I know he likes to just get right to the point. And this is Brandon Spencer with the Armor of Righteousness.
Good day, all. I hope all is well in these unfortunately troubling times. I want to thank you for joining me for my Funnel 5 presentation. My name is Brandon Spencer, and I'm delighted to be here today. Before we dive in, I want to thank all of the wonderful listeners, all of the ones who were, involved, all of the organizers, and all of the presenters of this conference. Because I understand the sacrifice and what is required to put on these kinds of conferences, and not only that, what is required in order to continue putting out this great information that a lot of people don't want to, help put out and get involved with. So, thanks to Chris, Leslie, Derek, Will, Jim, and if I'm forgetting anyone's name, I'm sorry, but, thank you for continue to sacrifice to put on such wonderful, great online free, conferences. So if anyone is familiar with my work, I don't like the bullshit around. So let's go ahead and dive in. My presentation for Funnel 5 is the Armor of Righteousness. So let's go ahead and dive on in. Before we begin, this presentation is all allegorical. That's what needs to be understood. This is coming from a symbolic, allegorical understanding. So I'm putting that out. So if you try to take everything that is presented literally, then you will miss the rich, deeper meaning in what I'm trying to convey. If you want literal, then go find the nearest priest, rabbi, etc. Go to your closest church if you want to, take things literally, since that's what dogma and religion is all about, is taking things literal. I'm trying to convey from an allegorical, symbolic nature so people can have a deeper understanding in what I'm trying to talk about when it comes to the armor of righteousness. And then number 2, you need to have thick skin as well when hearing this kind of information. If you are a little bitch, this may not be for you. And a little bitch can be a man or a woman or whatever cute pronouns you use to identify with. We need thick skin, just like in this image to the right, this upper image. We need to be like the honey badger. The honey badger has thick skin, so it's able to combat, hell attacks from outside predators. So we need to be like the honey badger, and we need to have thick skin. And you definitely need thick skin when doing this kind of information, but you also need thick skin when taking in this kind of information. And then too, lastly, this is not about buying some crystals or casting some protection spells or saying some mantras. Not to say there isn't any validity in any of that stuff, but this presentation is not, hell about that. What I'm trying to convey is a symbolic representation on how we can protect ourselves in this spiritual battle. And yes, we are in a spiritual battle, if people haven't figured it out. And the unfortunate reality is the spiritual battle may bleed onto the physical realm. And that's what we don't want to happen. But, if it happens, then we need to be prepared for it. So how do we protect ourselves from symbolic representation from these attacks that humanity seems to be under 24/7? And as always, I like to break down my words. So let's break down some terms so we can be on the same page, so we can have the same definitions, so we can get to clear, precise understanding. That way we have more clarity, we have more scope, and we have more meaning. So what does armor mean? What does it mean? A defensive layer worn in combat, a protective layer worn over the body, the vehicle, or other object intended to deflect or diffuse damaging forces. And I'm going to talk about what these damaging forces are later. But again, a defensive layer worn in combat, a protective layer worn over the body, vehicle, or other object intended to deflect or diffuse damaging forces. Protection, defense, shelter, shielding from harm or injury or coercion. Defense, shelter, shielding from harm or injury or coercion. And sadly, there's a lot of coercion in this world still. So what does righteousness mean? Being aligned or in conformity with the natural moral laws. I think that's pretty clear if you're familiar not just with my work, but most of the presenter works here, Mark Passio's work, Chris Nelson's work, the few individuals that are talking about, what true morality is. We shall all be able to define how righteousness means. And then to put it in just a better perspective, a defensive layer that the individual can wear to protect his or her consciousness and vehicle, the body, in the spiritual war by staying aligned and teaching natural moral law. And as you can see, how Mayat was always symbolic of the teaching of natural law, because that should be the ruler in our lives. Objective morality, following the truth, should be the ruler in our lives. Not putting some false, held authority on a pedestal to be ruled, not putting some deity on some pedestal to be ruled, but the natural, moral, objective knowledge should be the ruler in our lives. And just like you see with the wings spread out, symbolically representing the ruler that we have now, as a means of measurement, how we can measure our behaviors so we can stay aligned, stay in accordance with the natural moral laws. So let's look at armor throughout the history. Armor has always been used in battle, as a means to protect oneself in battle. And the sad, unfortunate truth is man has always been engaged in battle. So that's the sad, reality. Even till this day, we are still engaged in warfare. Man is still engaged in battle all over the planet. That's the sad truth. Armor was usually associated with a more defensive stance, to protect the body, to protect the organs, because the purpose of the armor is to protect and to shield against any unwanted attacks. Who's just going to sit there in battle and just let themselves be stabbed, so you would use armor to protect yourself, so as this picture, how displays, you had the Roman armor, you had Greek armor, you had armor from all over. And, it shifted, some armor is going full body, but you can see it was mainly to protect the chest area, and you had, helmets, protecting the most vital parts of the human vessel. Combat and war are very brutal and bloody. A heavy wound or blow would take one out and off the battlefield. A traumatic injury keeps you off the battlefield. And I'm going to say that again because this is key. Combat and war are very brutal and very bloody. A heavy wound or blow will take you off and out of the battlefield. A traumatic injury, because trauma means a deep wound, a deep scar. A traumatic injury keeps you off the battlefield. And if you are off the battlefield, you can't fight. You can't defend yourself. The protection of the sacred. This is what it's all about. The protection of the heart. The heart is what needs to be protected. A blow or a wound to the heart is instant death. We have sayings like take their heart, which is symbolically means you take their spirit, their will, their soul, their desire. So if you use this saying, take their heart, or you steal their heart, you are stealing their spirit, their will, their soul, their desire, their morale, to where you pull them out of battle. You steal their fire. And that's what has been happening symbolically, to humanity. This is what has been done to humanity. We have had our hearts symbolically and allegorically taken. We have not protected ourselves from predation, because there are predators all around us. There are predators all throughout society. Government is nothing more but predation. As in the physical battle or war, if you have a serious injury or a heavy wound, you can't fight. As in a physical battle or in war, if you have a serious injury or a heavy wound, you cannot fight. Well, it works the same way in a spiritual war. You can't fight or protect yourself if you still have the serious injury or wound. That wound or injury is called trauma. Trauma is the one thing that leaves us open and vulnerable to predators. And sadly, our society is based on trauma, on traumatic experiences, all the hell abuse, all the rape, all the sexual exploitation that is done to kids, to minors. All of that creates trauma. And we wonder why when we get older we have so many problems. We wonder why we have so many people who aren't willing to get involved in spreading the truth, who don't want to understand causality, who don't want to understand the natural moral laws, because the trauma is holding them back from even diving deeper in their knowledge. And even the ones who know it, the trauma and fear is still holding them back from even trying to spread this information. So you can't fight a battle if you have a traumatic wound, if you have a traumatic injury. So let's talk about the elements. Because when I brought up the damaging forces, earlier, let's talk about what the elements are. Because we have to understand these, because these are parts of ourselves. These are parts of all things in nature. The elements, what does that mean? The essential parts or principles in which anything consists are the fundamental powers in which anything is based. I'm going to say that, again. The essential parts or principles of which anything consists are the fundamental powers in which anything is based. So you have the four elements. You have air, the mind. This was symbolic of, thinking, cognition within the mind, ideas, the brain, communication, just like, the wind, it has a level of fluidity, because ideas, we pass those ideas on to others. We can pass our thoughts on to others, and thinking is highly important for man. So thinking, communication, and the mind were always symbolic of air, travel, mental exploration, mentation, how that's why in this picture you have, the wheels turning in the mind, because that's, thinking, the light bulb turns on. So this was always symbolic of air. Then you had earth. This was symbolic of man's physical nature, man's traits, man's genes, what someone may be good at, hobbies. So, the physical part, the earthly part, was always symbolic of the physical traits, which I think that's, kind of easy to understand. The physical traits, what we're good at, or what the individual, excels at. Then you had water, which was emotions, the inner parts of man, how we feel, creativity, beauty, all of the emotions that we feel inwardly was always associated with water. And sadly, this is where a lot of people try to think. They try to think on an emotional level, which can't be done in reality. So the water, the fluidity of the emotions, and you kind of see this in reality. People are stuck in their emotions. Something happens and they have this outburst. They're flowing with too much emotions. The emotions in them aren't balanced. They aren't regulated. They aren't checked. They haven't been analyzed. Well, the emotions was always symbolic of water, and then you had a lot of feminine, you know, feminine, essences like, creativity and beauty. How many people do we see in society that are just fixated on beauty? And then lastly, the most sacred one, you had will, desire, action, which was symbolically represented by fire. And just like you see in this picture, you have the wheel, the actual wheel, which spins, which turns, which creates energy, which creates motion, which creates action. It's not a coincidence that the wheel, WHEEL, is symbolic of will, WILL, action, because the turning of the wheel is what creates things in reality. The turning of the wheel is what creates motion, creates more energy, more action. And again, these are all things that the individual encompasses. But sadly, the individual is ignorant of these things. And these are archetypes. These archetypes are represented in a lot more of Jungian, psychology. So here is a great book that was, authored by Robert Moore. You have the king being the earthly, her physical traits. You have the magician being the air. You have the lover being the waters. And you have the warrior being the fire, being the will. And again, these are just archetypes. If you want to check out this book, you can easily find it online. If you're familiar with who the author is, he may have suffered and didn't quite live up to his teachings, but the knowledge that he brought onto humanity was great. So you can check out this book. It gets into the psychological, aspects, because we have these 4 archetypes, along with many archetypes, and these are just representations of us, because this is all about going inwardly to look at our own psyche, to look at our own behaviors. This ain't about externalizing stuff and thinking, these are, no, they're all in here and in here. So it's about coming into a deep understanding of the self first, because without that knowledge, you will never ever really manifest it to right action, because that's what the fire and will and desire were all about, was right action. Not just action, but right action aligned with moral truth. So let's look at how these elements are being polluted, because they are being polluted. One thing that the social engineers, are good at is taking something and obfuscating it, polluting it. Pollute means to render unclean, to defile, to debauch. So let's see how they are using the air archetype to pollute. This is what I talked about in my last, presentation for FUNL 4. The pollution of the mind, the pollution of thinking, the pollution of communication, using these platforms and social media platforms to get people to take in garbage, toxic information, to take in shit. I mean, how many people go to these social media platforms and all of these, short form contents as their source of information? How many people are doing it? I bet a lot of the listeners who are tuning in still do this. Going to TikTok, going to YouTube Shorts, going to X, as your main source of information, going to Facebook. Well, I'm sorry, but only dumb people do that. Only dumb people do that. Because what this does is it lessens your ability to think critically. It lessens your ability to focus. It lessens your attention span. And if you don't think focus and attention are requirements in order for us to get to what we say we want as far as freedom, then you have brain damage. The individuals who just sit there and consume short form content, you are part of the problem. I've always equated to the individuals who buy a book, they'll read the back of the book, and then they think that they know what the book is about. So short form content, sadly, it leads to the illusion of knowledge. There's a lot of context that gets left out. when you clip a particular part of a long form video and you clip out that 5 minute or 10 minute segment, there's a lot of content that gets left out. There's a lot of clarity that gets left out. There's a lot of meaning and definition that gets left out. People aren't willing to sacrifice the time and attention to actually sit down for true education. Do you think that the great philosophers of yesteryear, hell was sitting there for 10, 10 minutes, analyzing stuff, think, no, you got to have focus. You have to have attention. You have to be willing to sit down and engage in the information. And this takes time. This takes time. We have a lot of people who think that they know what's going on because they watch a few, 5-minute videos on TikTok. And they think that they are aware when the truth is you're not. You're still part of the problem because you haven't sat down and run and even started Healthy Trivium. You have not taken in the correct quality of information. And let's not get into all the other shit that people take in, just scrolling through, these shorts, just sitting there scrolling. Continue to be a watcher. And that's exactly what they want you to do. Just sit back and watch. Never get involved, True creativity takes time. It takes more than just 5 or 10 minutes, And I'm not knocking people, who are just started, who are getting involved, who are at the beginner stage. That's fine and wonderful. But again, it's about getting better at the craft and getting better, and wanting to excel and wanting to get better and put out more quality information and getting better at what you do, because that's what it means to be a human being, is to get better at whatever you're doing, to have integrity, to actually care about putting out this information, that you want to get better at the craft and not just keep putting out shit. And then two, another way the pollution of the mind is they bastardize language. They obfuscate language. It's sad because it seems the only word that the kids know nowadays, most kids know nowadays is bruh. They always just saying bruh. It's like, do you know any other vocabulary outside of, bruh? It's like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing? Language is a function of consciousness. Like there's a reason why we can articulate our words in vibration to communicate. Let's not destabilize and pollute our means of communication because we wonder why our relationships are breaking up. Well, because we don't know how to communicate. Communication is one of the hallmarks of being human. So if two human beings can't communicate properly and accurately, what does that usually lead to? It sadly usually leads to conflict. So we have to be able to communicate. And then two, you have the burning of books. You have the whole censorship that's taking place now. This is all forms to create ignorance. So you have ignorance of the mind. Well, if you have pollution of the mind, don't you think the behaviors are going to be polluted? So let's look at how the earthly symbolically representation is polluted. You have materialism. How many people do we just see in society, focused on material things, material wealth, on just money, her career. Oh, if I just have more money, then I can solve all my problems. This whole false ideology of materialism that people constantly fall into, the whole worship of mammon, and then that feeds more of the ego. You have egoism, people putting themselves first over others, people willing to step over, others' true inherent property rights. How many people in society still fall victim to this? And they know that it leads to more and more chaos. But yet people still fall victim to this. And what does this create? It creates laziness. It creates laziness. Because, if you have all of the material things, then why do you need to get involved? If you have all the money and the comfort and security, why do you need to get involved with the message of freedom? With the message of, more educating, because you just have all your stuff and you're good. Why do you need to get involved? Figure I'm good because I have all my money. I have all my material things. I've accumulated all this material wealth. Well, you can't take that shit you can't take that shit with you in the next life. So let's look at how the water and emotions are polluted. You have big pharma just passing out pills. Passing out SSRIs, passing out NRIs as if they're candy, as if they're M&Ms, as if they're Skittles, and people just gobbling them up. You know, all playing on their psyche and their emotional intelligence. Big pharma has a lot to do with the poison and pollution of the the emotions by passing out all these pills. And then two, another sick, sad, I don't want to talk about, but it has to be talked about, is what they are doing to kids and their self-esteem, getting them to focus on beauty, at such a young, precious, innocent age. You have makeup kits for little girls, pushing this stuff on kids. And sadly, majority of the time, it's the parents. It's the parents who are pushing this stuff onto their own kids because the parents are dumb, stupid, and ignorant, and they don't care. Why are we pushing these makeup products on little girls? It's one thing if a adult, wants to wear that crap, hell, that's your right to, to go kick your face up, but pushing this stuff on kids. And I'm not demonizing, how the whole makeup and stuff in a general, because, that's used a lot in like freaking in entertainment to, a particular role, like that's kind of where it has its context. But like, why do we dress up our kids, pretty much objectifying them? And two, what you're doing is you're sexualizing them too, because a lot of women and men, because there are unfortunately a lot of men in society who wear, makeup, and they use this stuff to go find a partner, just like the peacock, who wants to, put on their bright feathers and the colorful feathers to go find a mate. And then two, you look at all the fear, that's, being spread in society on how, how the news, etc. All this creates apathy. People don't care, because they're focused on beauty. Because I look good, it's all about me. It's all apathy. And then two, you have cowardice, the pollution of the fire, will, and desire. A lot of people just sit back and watch reaction channels, watching other people react. Again, just watch, don't get involved. Just sit back, do nothing. And then, you have the feeling of desire, you have OnlyFans and all, the sexual exploitation, of women, of men, you can get all that now without, leaving your home. How back in the day you actually had to go to a movie theater. How back in the day you actually had to go to a certain store. No, now you can get all that. You don't have to leave your bed now. And let's not get into, politics, this whole, this schism, this dialectic. People are so polarized now, you can't even have conversations with them. People are so polarized, you can't even have a conversation with, with them, because they bring in politics into everything now. They're that divided internally. They still think someone else can be put in place to fix their problems. And if you think that, you have brain damage. Not only do you have brain damage, you are broken. So you have ignorance, you have laziness, you have apathy, and you have cowardice. Are you protecting your vessel from such attacks? Are you a part of the polluting of minds? Again, are you protecting your vessel? Are you protecting this toxic information, this shit information from coming into your kingdom? Literally ask yourself this question. Are you protecting your consciousness from these attacks, from letting this shit come into your vessel? And if you have kids, are you protecting them from these unwanted attacks? Because again, that's what it's all about, protecting our consciousness, protecting our vessel from these attacks. And it can be done. Extenuating the flame. The fire was one of the most sacred elements. Our ancient teachers knew that. The flame had to be protected. Protectors of the flame, protectors of the lantern were some of the names used. It was also a symbolic reference to preserving knowledge, making sure that knowledge gets passed on so others can come to know it. This was one of the highest praises and tasks one could partake in. If you've ever built a fire, you know it's very fragile. You know, if you ever built a fire, it's very fragile in its early stages. It has to be fed, it has to be nurtured. So you have to feed it correctly. You have to make sure it has the correct environment in order for it to grow and thrive. Well, that's almost just like an individual. When we come into this world, we are very fragile. We look to our parents for guidance. We look for our parents for that nurturing, and as with both, in the wrong environment, growth is extremely hard and taxing. So if you try to build a fire and you don't have the correct conditions, it's going to be extremely hard for that fire to grow and thrive. Well, it works that same way for a child. It works that same way for the individual. If the individual doesn't have the correct environment and it doesn't have the correct guidance and it isn't fed the correct tools, it's going to be extremely hard for that infant, that child, that individual to thrive. So also too, I want to make it clear, these elements are not good and bad. They are just being misused and misrepresented. Remember, these are just elements. They're archetypes. They're not good or bad. These are just archetypes that exist within all of us. So they're not good or bad. So people need to, don't try to say, these are good or bad things. It's just the way they're being used. And you have the air, water, and earth. What these other three elements can do, they can extinguish the fire. Air can easily blow out that flame. Water can easily extinguish that flame. Earth can easily suffocate that flame. So that's why you have the other three elements that can be used to put out, the fire, because the fire was the most sacred. True protection. How does one protect the inner flame? How does humanity move forward if we want to preserve knowledge so that the next generation may not make the same mistakes we make? How can we protect ourselves from the damaging forces? Divine protection, this is the best way to protect yourself in reality from physical protection and spiritual protection is don't engage in coercion. Don't engage in theft. Because if you are out there committing wrongdoings against others, someone is going to use their self-defense right, and they are going to inflict harm against you, hopefully. So if you engage in theft, which is the stealing of property, murder, the stealing of life, assault, the stealing of bodily security, willfully lying, the stealing of the truth, coercion, the stealing of free will consent, trespass, the stealing of security, rape, the stealing of sexual free will choice. If you are engaged in any of these 7 wrongdoings, then someone is going to do harm against you, and they have the right to. So your vessel may be under rightful attack. That's why the best way to protect yourself in reality is to not do these wrong behaviors against another. And there isn't no 100%, divine protection, because just because you aren't engaged in this stuff, that doesn't mean that someone else may bring these, these wrongdoings, against you. So the best way that we can protect ourselves, for the individual to protect ourselves, is to not engage in these 7 wrong behaviors. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter what color you are. Doesn't matter what you identify as. The best way to protect the body from physical attack is to not engage in these behaviors. And then 2, secondly, do you adhere to the natural moral laws, the objective, non-man-made, universal, and immutable conditions that govern the consequences of intelligent beings' behaviors? Do you support institutions that use coercion, like the government? Are you walking the walk and not just talking the talk? Again, are you walking the walk and not just talking the talk? Are you trying to become a more moral individual? I know I am. I'm trying to become a better version of myself each day by trying to understand more and more about morality, because that is the way for humanity to free itself. So are you trying to become a more moral, individual? Are you trying to make this place better for those who come after? And just like we see in the bottom left, with the scales, once you have this universal truth, once you have this knowledge of objective morality, then you can weigh your behaviors to see, are you aligned with true morality? Sadly, this isn't enough. Just understanding and adhering to right action and right behaviors is only the first step. The next step is to be actively involved with stopping the spread of evil. To be actively involved with stopping the spreading of evil. To fully bear this burden, because it is a burden. This is what symbolizes wearing the armor of righteousness. Wearing any armor is a burden. And trust me, I know, because I've been wearing armor for 20 years physically. I wear armor at work. I wear protective armor at work being a umpire. It is a burden. It is. It really is a burden. So the symbolic representation of this armor is a burden because it requires sacrifice. So wearing this armor is a burden. You fully grasp it's not just about you. It's not just about knowing. Actions are what shape the reality that we are all experiencing. Our actions are what shape reality. If we sit by and do nothing, then things only get worse. You wear the breastplate to protect the most sacred, the heart. You wear the helmet to protect the consciousness in your mind from unwanted thoughts, ideas, and ideologies. You wear the gauntlet gloves to protect the hand so you can bring and birth right action into the world. You are willing to bear this responsibility because you stand for what is good and true, because you stand on true principles. And just like we see to the left, you have the helmet, protecting the mind, protecting, the consciousness. You have the breastplate, protecting the heart, protecting the chest, protecting the most sacred. Then you see in the bottom left, you have the gauntlet gloves, the hands, because what we build into reality is going to be symbolic of the information we take in and how we think. So you protect that by bringing right action into the world. You birth right action. You have knowledge, care, and will. Those are the three things that humanity needs in order for us to get over this suffering that we are creating. You have knowledge being the helmet. You have care being the breastplate, which is the most important, hence the most sacred. Then you have will, representative of the gauntlet glove to the left. Knowledge, care, and will is what humanity is lacking, sadly. Then we move to protection of the innocent. Are you, as a steward, willing to protect the most innocent? Are you, as a steward, willing to instill the knowledge of morality into the next generation? That way they can possibly defend themselves against threats of evil? Are you willing to bear this burden? Are you, as a steward, willing to take the lamp and pass it on so that the sacred flame doesn't extinguish? Are you, as a steward, willing to help the inner flame grow and shine bright? Sadly, I will not see freedom, Sadly, my generation will not see freedom. That's the reality as it is. Yet I still try to pass this flame on so that maybe those who come after me can, so maybe the next generation or the ones who come after, can. Because what I'm seeing, for in this world, freedom is so far away from my generation seeing it, from any of us seeing it. How unfortunate. And just like these graphic images display, the gods visit the sins of the fathers upon the children. What we are creating now, our kids will suffer from. The next generation and the ones come to follow will suffer from. That's what this whole suffering unfortunately is boiled down to is the sins of the father are rested upon the sons. So you sitting by and doing nothing is only going to not just lead to more suffering in the now, but more and more suffering in the future, which is going to be experienced by the generations to come. So this whole allegorical symbolic understanding of Saturn is just all trying to get people to understand cause and effect, the importance of causality. The garbage information we take in leads to garbage behaviors, and it leads to more and more on the collective scale, more garbage. And you may not necessarily experience that garbage, but the generations that come after you will be swallowed up by that garbage, by that shit. And that's what we have now. That's what we have now because people have ignored these moral truths. People have ignored wearing the armor of righteousness. People have ignored this occult, information. And most people will tell you it doesn't exist. Most people say, oh, natural law doesn't exist. Well, again, you have brain damage. It's no point in even wasting time on those brain damaged people. So this is what we are up against. This is what we are up against. The next generation is experiencing the effects from what we have caused, from what the ones before them have caused. And the suffering is only going to get worse and more worse, unfortunately. The protection of others, as our consciousness rises, because that's what that's what this is all about, rising consciousness, rising, the rising of our hell awareness. We learn to extend what we've come to know toward others. We extend it in protecting ourselves, by not letting harmful information come into our minds, by filtering that information out. You should be filtering the information that you take in and weeding out all the toxic stuff. We protect others, because we have an objective understanding of what right and wrong is. We have an objective understanding of what natural law is. So we extend that out to others. We extend it out to other adults. We extend that out to other children. We extend it out to all friends and family, to all other human beings. And we also extend this out to our lesser brothers and sisters in the animal kingdom. And this is a topic that most people want to run away from. If you were causing harm, if you were doing harm to the animal kingdom, you were in the wrong. They have rights. Most still don't want to face this truth. We don't harm them and we let them live their lives as they wish. Animals have rights just as much as we do. They may not be able to understand those rights. They may not be able to articulate those rights, but having the emotional capacity to feel and emote puts them on the plane where they should be respected and protected. Animals have consciousness as well. They are not all the same being. They have different personalities. Yes, they may operate to a degree on the stimulus response, mechanism. So their rights should be protected as well. When you look at the word animal, what does it mean? Any sentient living creature, comes from the word anima, the breath, the spirit, because animals have that capacity as well. And what does sentient mean? It means capable of feeling. So we have to extend our consciousness, our awareness, our care, our love to not just other human beings, but to our fellow lesser brothers and sisters in consciousness, to the animal kingdom. So when you keep scaling and you become more, aware, you will see this in how you treat others. You will see it in how you treat those, around you. And as you keep going up in that scale, because the scale is infinite, you will extend this out toward the animal kingdom. The protection of nature. As one continues to climb and elevate their consciousness, they continue to extend what they have come to know outwardly by coming to respect nature and reality. By coming to respect it, we learn to protect it. We are a part of nature and reality. We are all a part of existence itself. All existence is on a course. The best thing we as stewards can do is to assist in this process. So how many people are trying to assist in the evolution of all life forms? Truly wearing the armor of righteousness means you have given yourself up to a true greater good, not some false bullshit collective, greater good. This greater good knows that the individual is the key to help and assist in changing reality for the good, for the better, for the moral good, not the collective good. Two different things, two different concepts. Knowing is not just about you and your loved ones. One does their best to do the least amount of harm possible. Knowing is about preserving, respecting, and protecting life itself. With our intelligence and consciousness, we can choose to thrive and excel, or we will suffer greatly. Sadly, without knowledge and care, none of this is possible, achievable, or obtainable. Sadly, without knowledge and care, none of this is possible, achievable, and obtainable. Why so? Because without knowledge and care, you will never get to right action. It's impossible to get to right action without knowledge and care. And as the great quote from the 2000s Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. Because yes, we have been given some great power by existence, by creativity. If you want to call it God, sure, call it whatever you want. Man has been given great power, but we are abusing it. We are misusing it. Not many people want to put on the armor of righteousness and do the sacrifice and do what's necessary, because that comes with a great level of responsibility. Most people want to give that responsibility up into a priest, a politician, a president, whatever, a spouse, a corporation, which can't be done in reality. We have to learn knowledge, care, and will. The three components of consciousness is what make up all of our consciousness. That's where the level of responsibility is. When you have enough care, you'll seek out the knowledge. Then once you have the knowledge, it goes back to the care, because care is the driving force between all of it, that you will want to dive into right action. It's like, if you truly care about humanity, you know what you have to do. If you truly call yourself a good moral person, then you know what you have to do. It's not even a question. You don't even second guess it. You know what you have to do. You have to put on the armor of righteousness and stop lying to yourself. If you were truly a good moral person, you know what you have to do. We have to start morally educating others, but we can't do that if we are ignorant ourselves. We can't do that if we still have those traumas that are keeping us off the battlefield. And that's really the reason why most of you aren't getting involved, because you still have a lot of shadow work to do. Because people confuse it. They think it's about, getting to perfection. No, it's not about getting to perfection, because there's always more knowledge. There's always more to do. There's always more shadow work to do. It's about getting to a point to where you understand this knowledge, that you care enough to spread and widen that care toward others, that you are willing to sacrifice and get involved. With great power comes great responsibility. You can have all the knowledge in the world. You can have all the knowledge and be able to articulate it, be able to explain it. But if it's not acted upon, then it just stays in the mind. It just stays within your mind. So, bearing that burden, a recap: the individual has a definitive knowledge of objective morality and applies it, because once you have this knowledge, you can start to weed out the shit that comes into your mind. Once you have the knowledge of morality, you can realize the shit from the quality, the shit from the quality. So what is the individual going to take in? They're going to take in the quality information. Protects one's inner kingdom from unwanted attacks, the air, earth, and water. So that way your fire isn't extinguished. That way your fire isn't suffocated. The individual is willing to get active and participate in stopping evil. You protect the good, the virtues, and the truth. The individual extends the care to the most vulnerable, the children, the next generation to come. And you're willing to protect them by trying to morally educate them. Because there are a lot of individuals who are willing to abuse kids. There are a lot of predators out there. And as you continue to climb that ladder, the individual extends this out even more to the animal kingdom. The individual extends this out even further and greater in a wider capacity, learning to respect, preserve, and protect existence itself. Because it's all about being right or go wrong. The great book by Richard Wetherill. And when we talk about being right, it's about being fair and square. So you had the right angle, held the square, which was always symbolic of right behavior. That's why it's called the right angle, because it is the correct way to be. It is what is acceptable, what is tolerated. So when you look at straight, to be on a straight line, because the straight line is the best way to get to any destination. It's the best way to get to any goal. So to be straight in the objective standpoint means to not be bent, to not be crooked, to be stretched. Well, what does bent meant? It meant to be dishonest or corrupt, because to get to point B, you go in a straight line. It's the most simple, fastest way to get there. If you are in a crooked, dishonest, corrupt line, then you're not going to get to, your target the way you say you want to be. So it's about understanding this is about being moral individuals and being fair and square and walking that straight, narrow path that most people don't want to walk. It's about being right or you go wrong. Those are the only two options that you have. You can understand this knowledge and choose to wear the armor and morally educate others, or humanity suffers. Those are the only two options that humanity has and that humanity has ever has. There is no in between. It's either learn how natural law, learn causality, or you'll suffer. That's the fucking truth that most people don't want to hear. So you as the listener, are you a good moral person? Are you a good moral person? Because there's a level of sacrifice that is required. There is a level of sacrifice that is required. And like I said earlier, there is no 100% definitive means to protect oneself in the physical reality. That's why we choose not to bring in wrong actions into this world. So we aren't, having our physical vessels, put under attack. And that way we aren't putting others under that physical, hell attack, that traumatic, hell attack. Individuals have to make the time to ensure the conditions don't deteriorate around them. Everything will deteriorate around you given enough time. We can recognize this with our levels of so-called intelligence. So for the so-called individuals who see the conditions around them deteriorating, yet they try to ignore these conditions, what does it say about them? What does it say about the individuals who claim to be good, who claim to know this stuff, yet they see the conditions around them are shit? The conditions around you are getting worse and worse. And when I mean worse, I mean we see more suffering, we see more slavery, we see more government, we see more and more rights being trampled. So what does an intelligent person do? Does an intelligent person just sit back and ignore those conditions? No. An intelligent moral person will get involved to fix or change those conditions. Most individuals within the so-called community would rather choose to do nothing while innocent children are being abused. And as long as you're not willing to sacrifice, they are willing to sacrifice children. Ignoring the conditions around you does not make them go away. So most of the people in this community are sadly like this person in the image. They see the conditions around them, they're turning to shit, and they're just sitting there ignoring. Most of the listeners, most of the people, who are listening, this is you. That's the fucking sad reality of it. The conditions around you are shit, and you're just sitting back there doing nothing. And that's most of the people on the planet. Most of the people on the planet. So how can one get started in, wanting to put on this armor? One must have the definitive knowledge of objective morality first. You have to understand causality. You have to understand, natural law. One should be able to articulate it and elaborate it in all time, in all places. And I've always equated, if you're in a deep sleep, if someone comes and shakes you out of your sleep, you should be able to still articulate about objective morality and natural law. I even tested myself. I was under some extremely good psychedelics a few weeks ago. It wasn't a full DMT experience, but I was under some good psychedelics, for the point, where I'm visually seeing, stuff. But I was still able to articulate this knowledge of how natural law. I was still able to articulate, objective morality and causality and the natural law principles. And this is what I mean by, we should have the definitive knowledge, not from a belief. So, here's some resources. Of course, you have Mark Pacios, What on Earth is Happening. You have Chris Nelson at Evolve Consciousness. He has his natural law series. You have the One Great Work Network. I have my Twitch 24/7 live stream. You have the past conferences of Seed, FUNL. You have the One Great Work Network. You have Chris Jansen's Ian Evil. You have Derek Bartolicelli and Leslie Powers, Health Dissolving the Divide. There's so many resources, out there for individuals to take in this knowledge. And then too, once you have this knowledge, you have to have the knowledge of, technology, because how are you going to broadcast this information? How are you going to put this information out? So you have the Great Work Launchpad, hell again with Chris Nelson. It's been a pleasure being able to do a bunch of episodes with him. I think he has over 40 episodes, getting into more of the shadow work and, how the requirements and the fear and stuff that people need to, get over in order for them to get involved and do this kind of work. And then, of course, I have a few tech videos. I think I have 3 or 4, learning how to use OBS to create. Have one on how DaVinci Resolve, just basic stuff, because if we don't use these tools while we have them, then eventually we're going to lose this stuff. Because if people aren't seeing what's happening with technology and how, RAM prices are skyrocketing, GPU prices are skyrocketing, SSDs prices are skyrocketing, they'll own nothing and be happy, be happy eating shit. Well, eventually in 10, 15 years, we may get to the point where computers, consumer computers may be so expensive that most people won't be able to afford them. Because with the prices that we're seeing, stuff, cost 400%, then we may get to a point where we may not even be able to access these tools in the near future. And then too, there are a bunch of free videos online, that people can, take in. You have, websites, like Udemy with courses, how you can pay for. And then of course you have Mark Pacios, How to Become the True Media. These are tools that people can learn if they want to get involved and put out this information, but having the knowledge of the stuff is first, but then you also have to have knowledge on how to apply it. And that takes another set of skills. But ultimately, this is what's holding people back. This is what's stopping you. Carl Jung, the shadow, that hidden, repressed, for the most part, inferior and guilt-laden personality whose ultimate ramifications reach back into the realm of our animal ancestors and so compromise the whole historical aspect of the unconscious. Our own shadow, our own trauma. That's what's holding people back, fear. They have not gotten to the point where they have developed enough care and enough courage and enough willpower to where they say, hey, in spite all of my imperfections, in spite of all my fear, I'm still going to move forward and get engaged on the battlefield by wearing this armor of righteousness. This is really what's holding people back, their own fear, their own shadow, their own trauma. Because again, shadow work is a requirement. So not just having held the knowledge, not just, having the technological knowledge, but you have to get into a point in your own inner development where you're willing to push through all the bullshit, push through the trauma, push through the fear, and say, hey, I'm going to give myself to a larger version of care, to the true greater good for humanity, for existence, for truth, for goodness. Because ultimately, saying no to the spiritual armor was like, it's going to lead to this kind of armor. Saying no to wearing the spiritual armor is going to lead to this armor. And that's my own very own plate carrier armor to the left, because I'm prepared. I'm ready. I don't fear this, because I recognize that not enough people are willing to get engaged. And sadly, this spiritual war is sadly, unfortunately, probably in the near future going to lead to a physical war. And I don't fear that. And the true warriors, the true men and women, out there, they don't fear it, because you know what? You should be prepared for it. You should be prepared for it. But sadly, the ones who aren't doing this kind of work, the ones just sitting back, hell, got their dick tucked between their legs. Most people like Sean Wayne from Scary Movie 2, fucking got their dick tucked between their legs. That's what most people are. Sitting back and doing nothing like fucking cowards. But how when the physical war hits, we'll see who the real men and women are. We'll see it. Because ultimately, this is what's coming for us. This is what's coming for us. And I don't mean literally, I don't mean physically. I mean from a symbolic understanding. You get what you owe, because your species reaps what it sows. And we have sowed immoral, toxic seeds. So, there's going to come a point in time where our species is going to have to pay for it. Going to have to pay for it. So, thank you for joining me in this wonderful, presentation. I don't think anyone, who's familiar with my work, they should have known what I was going to talk about. But, again, it's about having the care. It's about having the knowledge. And it's about having the will. We cannot, sacrifice one or the other. We have to have all three. And they have to be merged and combined for true creativity, so we can birth right action into the world. So thank you for, joining me on this presentation, the armor of righteousness. And again, thanks to all of the, the organizers of Funnel 5. And, anyone could find my work online. All you have to do is just don't be a fucking lazy ass and learn how to move your fat fingers and look up my name, Brandon Spencer. Peace the fuck out.
Yeah, Brandon lays it down. He's a solid guy all the way through. Everything you hear and feel from him is real. I've known him. We've met every week for 3 years solid, and he is a man of his word. And I really appreciate and respect him, and I look up to him.
Yeah, hard hitting presentation. I love Brandon's work. I'm a huge fan of what he does. I mean, 24-hour Twitch stream, that needs to be, people need to get that out there. Tell people that, share that as well. He just is one of those guys that just constantly upgrades in his evolution of his action, his rhetoric, everything that he does. It keeps getting better and better and more powerful and in depth. And that was a great one. There's a lot of synchronicities in that presentation to my own presentation as well tomorrow.
Yeah, he has that lion heart, underneath that tough exterior is a really big heart, and it shows through with, I think, the seriousness in which he lays this down. It's not a joke, even though we are also talking about making it lighter through the comedy. We need both.
Yeah, got a good happy medium, or the proper balance, right? Yeah, I love the way Brandon goes about his slides, and his cool, calm demeanor, and it, even with that, in contrast to when he drops an F-bomb or something, it just cracks me up, But that one slide where, what is our spiritual protection? or that the armor of righteousness going from, the mind to the heart, and these hands that he talks about a lot. I love the analogies he goes over, and yeah, we can't just read the preface or the back of a book and expect to know it. In regards to short reels and that kind of stuff, those are like the little tidbits or appetizers that we try to do to reel them into these greater works and all that. So hats off to you, Brandon. Much love, yo.
Yeah, people can go and check the other the past funnel conference replays. Brandon Spencer has another hard hitting one like the Derek mentioned. Okay. Any last comments on the commentary aspect? We're coming up towards the finale. We have Brandon Martin with the heart. We doubled up on the Brandons at the end of the conference, so it's just like, let's just hammer it in there. Brandon Martin coming up with the last presentation, and then we have the live roundtable. But first, let's get into another comedy bit, and then Woodrow Martin's got another cartoon animation, so that's going to be exciting.
Great. And it looks like we're about 10 minutes ahead of our schedule when it comes to the roundtable. People should look at starting about 7:40. Is that about right?
Yep. Yeah, about 10 minutes ahead of schedule.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Yep. We're doing good.
All right, let's get into little giggles.
Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking all the presenters here at the Funnel 5 conference. Everyone is doing a fantastic job. But folks, things are only getting worse because people still don't get it. I've been repeating myself for 20 fucking years. People still want to tell me that I don't get it, that I'm wrong. No, you don't get it. You're wrong. If you don't get it by now, I don't know what to tell you. Folks, you're trash. Okay? Your parents fucked you up, and you're just dumb, son. You're just dumb. Might as well go back to Fox News and voting because you're just too dumb to get it. That's not my opinion. That's just how it is. Get offended about that statement as you like. Okay? Mark, let me see if I can just get the voice just right. Mark, you're wrong because morality is subjective. It's only the law of the jungle, Mark. Yeah, I'd say that's just about right. Smacked asses. For those of you who are on the front lines doing the work, I thank you. But it's not good enough, folks. And I hate to say it like that, but it's true. Okay? We are getting our asses beaten mercilessly by the dark occultists, okay? So keep arguing with me and other people online that do get it, splattering your verbal diarrhea all over the internet. Dross. Really, great strategy, folks. Let me know how that works out for you. Ladies and gentlemen, government is slavery.
All right. Hello, everyone. Logan Hart here again to sign off. I certainly hope that you enjoyed all these little skits and voice impressions that I put together for you. I know I had a ton of fun making these and was laughing really hard just trying to record them. If you enjoyed them, I hope that you'll go follow me on Logan Makes Noise on your preferred platform, ideally over on TikTok, Instagram, or YouTube. I'm going to be doing a lot more of this kind of thing over there, trying to mix some truth in with comedy to kind of get that message to a wider audience. And of course, if you do like the deeper, more philosophical stuff, which I assume you're here that you do, as many of you know, I also have a channel called The Wizard Factory, so you can also check that out. So you can follow either of those platforms or both at linktree/Logan Makes Noise or /The Wizard Factory. So I hope to see you there. Thank you again to the funnel organizers for having me here, and freedom for all. Much love, everyone.
Over Over the past 17 years, Mark Passio has produced a huge collection of work, helping to morally enlighten the public. You can now show your appreciation for the work that Mark has done by visiting What on Earth is Happening Donation Gifts, a website where you can find physical copies of all of Mark's work in the form of flash drives and DVDs. Plus, lots of great promotional items like t-shirts, stickers, keychains, button pins, and drink coasters. You can even get the Mark Passio One Great Work collection, which contains all of Mark's work on a single solid-state drive. Visit What on Earth is Happening donation gifts today at gifts.whatonearthishappening.com.
Hello, let's hop back into this. What types of cussing worldviews come out of these different brain schisms? If an individual has a left brain schism, a worldview of randomness will manifest. We observe these people following scientism, atheism, and totalitarianism, thinking existence has no purpose other than to continue to exist. Putting self-survival as the highest purpose in life, selfishly thinking that right is only right if it's good for them, and wrong is only wrong if it's bad for them. Saying there is no such thing as natural, spiritual, moral law. There is no creator. There's no underlying intelligence in nature. Everything is just a grand accident and happened cussing randomly. If an individual has a right brain schism, a worldview of cussing, determinism will manifest. When we observe these people, we see religious extremism and slaves think. Sitting around believing action is ultimately meaningless. Why God controls everything. It's impossible for us to cause change. Free will does not exist. It's just an illusion, because obviously everything is preordained because God controls every event in creation. So just ignore the bad in the world. You can transcend that by keeping yourself at peace. Cussing wrong. The solution is in creating a balance. In fact, balance is key to everything. One must balance the deterministic aspect of our reality, natural law, and the randomness aspect of our reality, free will, to form a holistic world view. Natural law is set. You're not changing it. It happens flawlessly no matter what. And free will, the ability to choose to do certain things and the ability to choose not to do certain things. The free will ability to control one's cussing behaviors. Each one of you humans have it, just like us big feet do. Next, we're going to take a look at human nature. Which is it? Evil or good? Cuss. See ya.
Fantastic. Woodrow Martin, also content creator on the One Great Work Network. I really like that. Just the cartoon aesthetics and with the information attached to that. That's great. That's awesome. I would love to see more content directed towards young children. These are assets that parents can utilize, right? I mean, they can educate themselves, but there's an endless amount of garbage out there. We absolutely need more truth material, more metaphysical, philosophical for young ages, and of course natural law, right, which is all encompassing on that. So excellent. And then Logan Hart with the Mark Passio impression. That was really solid. So enjoyed that. Hopefully Mark got a kick out of that too. What'd you guys think?
I had tears. I literally had tears. I was wiping tears off my face. I was laughing so hard. Logan, you did such a great job on all those. I don't know how much time he spent on it. It was amazing. But I mean, I've heard him do impressions before. I knew he was really good, but that was just mind blowing. Yeah, and thanks, Woody, for all that amazing work you put into doing those animations too. And that's a good point. People often ask, like, if I missed part of the funnel conference, will I be able to watch it later? And the answer is yes. Maybe not right away, but in time. Usually Will does a lot of the uploading to YouTube, and each of the presentations eventually will be loaded onto the website under the replays section. If you go to the tab, Freedom Under Natural Law, there's a tab that says replays, and you can look back at past conferences, and we have had some other cool presentations where people have done things towards the younger audience. And Indica Martin's book, and we had a great interview with her, and I recall John did a great presentation aimed at specifically at children, and that's a big part of what we need to do. A lot of David Rodriguez work is working towards young people. The new generation, there's a possibility of them realizing things before they get corrupted with the ways of this world that we're describing, all the many facets of mind control and religious indoctrination and culturing that goes on in our society. But yeah, you want to say anything about those last couple things, Leslie?
I just wanted to thank Logan and Woody again for the creative work that they're sharing with us. I think it adds a really fun flair to this conference. To see the animations is super. It's like cute and funny, and it's just another way of getting the information with a little more humor as well. And then, of course, Logan's just a crack up. So appreciate it all.
And we do have more Woody Martin videos that we're going to premiere on day 2 tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. We're just a few minutes ahead of schedule, so not bad. We typically run pretty close to on time in these funnel conferences, so that's great. And we can get into it. Chris, you want to introduce our final speaker for day 1 of Funnel 5?
Yeah, and folks, stick around for the live roundtable. And if you have any questions for any speaker today, put that in the chat and let us know. So we can try to
questions make it very engaging
in the roundtable. Great. And without further ado, our next presenter is, drumroll, partly the inspiration for the Funnel Conference. Brandon Martin has been doing the Seed Truth Academy. You can find Seed Truth Academy on YouTube. He's been co-hosting with Cubbyhole podcast and, did the Seed conferences. He's experienced live speaker, graphic designer, event organizer. He's been an activist for natural law, teaching about the ancient traditions, Freemasonry, the mystery traditions. He's a writer and some awesome essays, and working on a book last I heard, and looking forward to hearing this presentation by Brandon Martin.
Salutations, ladies and gentlemen. It is such a great honor and pleasure to be speaking at the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference again. I want to give a shout out to all the organizers for all of their hard work, their due diligence, and their consistency in presenting and keeping this conference alive and keeping it going. I know personally how hard that can be and how much work it takes to actually organize these types of events. And I'd also like to thank everybody who is participating and viewing, and I hope that all of you are finding a plethora, a gold mine to say, of great knowledge and insight into these topics. My name is Brandon Martin, and I am the founder of the Seed Truth Academy and the Seed Conference. And today I'm going to be speaking on a controversial topic, specifically in the realms of the occult, which happens to be something very personal to me and one of my, I would say at this point, expertise with all the research and personal experience that I've had. My presentation title is Amor est lex, amor sub voluntate. Now, for those who do not know this, this means love is the law, love under will. This will be an esoteric initiation of love, will, and law. So without further ado, let's get right into the topics. First, I'm going to be starting out with many caveats. The first caveat is I am not asking anybody to just believe me, and I cannot cover all the information about Thelema in one setting. You have to do your own due diligence into these topics. Now we're going to get into some caveats about Thelema, because this topic can become very heated and emotionally triggering for some. Thelema, first of all, is not a religion of belief or system of worship. The truth about Thelema does not require belief, faith, or devotion to gods, spirits, or especially to Aleister Crowley, or Crowley. Some people pronounce it differently. This will not be about Crowley himself or Crowley himself. Aleister Crowley is not the authority, prophet, or pope of Thelema. He even says this himself in some of his texts. Crowley articulated some of the system, but Thelema explicitly rejects appeal to authority and has diverse sources and people who were and are part of its evolution and creation. Aleister Crowley is treated here as one of the sources and systemizers, not as an infallible authority. And so when we're talking about this topic, especially in the realms of the occult, people really want to focus on the hamartias, the personal flaws of individuals who happen to either be part of the foundation of that occult system or is just affiliated with that occult practice or teachings. And this, to me, can be valuable in certain areas depending on the goal that you're actually having. My goal is to study the esoteric mystery traditions and to find truth and things that are models and methods to help align one's spirit and raise one's spirit into a higher plane of existence and expand consciousness, and ultimately to bring freedom. That's what we're really trying to do here, to bring liberation for all beings. And so there are Thelemites, and then there are people who worship Crowley. So Crowley was a very flawed individual, just like all of us. And just with all my information, I do not ask people to live like me. I am fallible. I have my own flaws. I am a human being. The process of awakening, the process of enlightenment, is to work out these flaws in yourself and to persevere in the work on yourself. So this presentation is not at all to advocate to live like Crowley or doing as Crowley did or others who did, meaning the others who followed him. His/their personal life, flaws, and opinions are not doctrines or something to be enshrined. They are analytically separable from the conceptual structure of Thelema itself. So it's important to be able to compartmentalize these two things. Of course, they are related at some level, but for the maximum efficiency of gaining knowledge for this model, this occult teaching, it's important to understand that the teachings themselves on whether or not they're true or not is more important than focusing on the flaws of the individual. Crowley does not equal thelema. That is very important to understand. This is something else as well. Thelema is not solely about sex magic. Sexual symbolism and practice are one aspect, but not the core of thelema. Reducing thelema to solely sex magic is a misunderstanding popularized by sensationalism and news media, Hollywood, forums. Is it a part of it? Yes, just like any magical order. Sex is a very sacred act, and we will talk about that later. But that is not the sole meaning or purpose of thelema. And a lot of people see sexual symbolism and they immediately get turned off, usually because they have some sort of puritanical mindset, some sort of puritanical program, and a lack of understanding about what it actually means, the context of that sexual symbolism. Thelema is not a shortcut to enlightenment. This is very crucial to understand. There are no shortcuts to enlightenment on this journey, and anyone telling you such is a charlatan. Thelema does not promise instant awakening, knowledge, or power. It demands discipline, self-honesty, self-mastery, ego disillusion, and long-term inner work, often uncomfortable and destabilizing for a time. I am not claiming that thelema is the exclusive path for the spiritual journey. In fact, I advocate for an eclectic study of all the occult traditions and mystery schools. Thelema has a particular disposition towards autonomy, symbolism, and self-directed inquiry, which may not be applicable or appealing to all individuals. I am not advocating for anyone to join any clandestine or secret order or society. That is very important to understand here. This is not an advocation or a promotion to go out and join a lodge or join an order or get involved in any secret society at all. Another thing here is that I will not be covering the conspiracies or sensational drama circling around thelema. This is specifically about the root teachings of thelema. Now, with all that being said, let's get right into the work because I have a lot of stuff to cover here. To understand thelema, you're going to have some prerequisite knowledge. Knowledge of Kabbalah, you're going to have to understand Freemasonry, and specifically the Tarot. These are the three foundations, I would say. And ultimately, these are mainly the three most important mystery traditions. And I would put Freemasonry at the forefront of all three of these. But there is quite a lot of other things that you need. There's quite a lot of other knowledge that comes with understanding thelema. And I would say that this is a short but concise list that could aid in a student if they wish to fully get the maximum knowledge from thelema. You're going to need to know about Hermeticism. You're going to need to study alchemy, Rosicrucianism, the Golden Dawn, Gnosticism, astrotheology, astronomy, and astrology. You're going to need to study comparative religion. You're going to need to have some basis of world religions, specifically the big three. You're going to have some historical founding, some historical knowledge, meaning world history. You're definitely going to need some Eastern and Western philosophy and theology. You're going to need some esoteric knowledge, which all this kind of covers, but numerology, sacred geometry, gematria, things like the Pythagorean theorem. You're going to need to have some basic understanding of psychology and physiology. You're definitely going to need, especially for thelema, to understand Eastern meditation and yoga. And you're also going to need, if not equally as much for meditation and yoga, understanding ritual magic, meaning Solomonic Enochian, and others. And I would say that understanding shamanism and psychedelics is crucial as well, and both dark and light occultism and esotericism, which kind of is covered in all this. So these are the things that I would say you're going to need to look into to fully extrapolate the most meaning and most value out of the Thelemic tradition. So I always start out with this. Most of you already know this, but if you don't, this will be a good introduction. So what is the occult? A lot of people have a very negative view of the occult. Well, the word occult is derived from the Latin adjective occultus, meaning hidden from sight, which comes from the Latin verb occultare, to hide, to conceal, to keep secret. Both are in turn derived from the Latin noun oculus, meaning eye. Occult knowledge constitutes both the knowledge of the workings of the human psyche, meaning consciousness, and the knowledge of natural law, both the seen physical laws and unseen spiritual laws or metaphysical laws. Very crucial to understand that. And before I read this slide, if you're more interested in a deeper dive on the definitions of this, I would highly recommend checking out my work or Mark Passio's work or Nate Cap's work from the Cubbyhole, from What on Earth is Happening. So Mark's from What on Earth is Happening. Everybody knows that at this point. Nate Cap's from the Cubbyhole podcast. I would say those are some good sources. You know, there's a lot of great sources out there on this at this point. So why people won't study the occult? I narrowed this down into 3 points. 1, conditioning and fear programming. From childhood, most people are trained to associate occult solely with evil, chaos, violence, superstition, or danger. This has been done through many different means, such as Hollywood media, dogmatic religions, public schools, and social engineering. All of these things create a web of conditioning. So it's not just one source. It's not just because of the religious dogma, though you could probably sum it all up into that category ultimately. But there are many different varying factors of why this program runs in people's minds. And I just call it fear programming and conditioned fear programming. So the second thing is social risk and ostracism. Studying the occult places one outside the collective herd mindset, thus resulting in ridicule, harassment, slander, and potential violence. People would rather be wrong with a group than right and alone in truth. It's very important to understand. Studying the occult puts you in a place where a lot of people are going to shun you, ostracize you from social groups, unless they're already interested in that knowledge. The third one is ignorance, apathy, and laziness. These are ultimately the killers of freedom and the killers of self-improvement. The willful rejection of occult knowledge when in the presence of it. Lack of true care, or lack of true care for truth, I should say. Perceived lack of purpose and meaning, which is telos in philosophy. And lack of will. We're going to be talking about a lot of these things here. And to symbolize all this, I have an initiate up here, a Masonic initiate with the blindfold on the checkered board floor, symbolically, saying that they still have not raised and climbed Jacob's ladder into a higher state of understanding. They have not entered the middle chamber of understanding themselves, their psyche, doing their shadow work, understanding what true care actually is. And they're still in this dualism of not understanding right from wrong, moral relativism. In fact, a lot of them don't even believe in right and wrong. They're completely, utterly destroyed, and they don't have any foundational healthy worldview. We're going to talk about worldviews a little bit too. One of the main things, and has been one of my main goals, is to remove the stigma around the occult. Though some occultists have argued that that stigma is a good thing. I don't think it is, because the knowledge that is held within the occult models is crucial for humanity to free itself from the current states of tyranny and bondage. So I don't take that approach anymore. I'm very egalitarian with this information. But throughout the history, it is true, just like I said before, there has been a lot of violence that has taken place for those who have practiced the occult or studied it. They didn't even have to practice. All they had to do was study it. The occult has been systematically bastardized and marginalized by authorities and culture alike. Once a body of knowledge devoted to self-mastery, symbolism, natural law, and the hidden structures of reality, it was reframed as superstition, magic tricks, and irrationality, stripped of its practical and ethical power. Authorities such as the churches, states, and later modern institutions labeled it dangerous, evil, or corrupting, not because it harmed anybody, but because it revealed truths that undermine obedience and the institutions themselves, exposing illegitimate power and demanding personal responsibility. Over time, the genuine path of initiation was replaced with spectacle, shallow mysticism, and new agey fluff, leaving most people blind to the occult's original purpose: to awaken the individual and free them from dependence on external authority. Those possessing occult knowledge were and are viewed as a threat to the established religious or political order. This is because such knowledge challenges the orthodox doctrines and authoritarian structures. As a result, heresy hunters, being order followers, seek to eradicate these individuals or groups, believing that by doing so, they can maintain control and suppress any potential challenges to the prevailing religious or political ideologies. I know that was a mouthful. I tend to have very wordy slides, by the way. If I try to make it as concise and, detailed as possible, but also cutting through the crap without losing any of its potency, right? So here he is, the infamous Aleister Crowley. Yes, I will be using some statements from him and some of his sources, like I said at the beginning. He goes on to say, which is a very powerful quote and pertains to what we're going to be talking about and this issue about how people think about occult knowledge. The sin which is unpardonable is knowingly and willfully to reject truth, to fear knowledge, lest that knowledge pander not to thy prejudices. This is ultimately, when it comes down to it, if there is such a thing as this idea of sin, which really is just violations of other people's liberties, but if there is a sin to the self, to you, it is to willfully reject truth. He said it, and it is true. This is true. And yes, people who fall from the path, and yes, people who have done bad things in the world can speak truth. Hitler could speak a truth to you. And if I say that is true, it doesn't mean I support Hitler. Very two different things. I support the truth, not Hitler. So we're going to be talking about magic and sorcery. Mainly, we're going to be talking about magic. But what is the definition? What is magic itself? And I like to put these into two categories, just like many other people. I've always thought this way ever since I was a kid. Even before I came across Mark's work, I had an intuitive understanding that there was a definitive difference between magic and sorcery, though it gets blurred in things like D&D and fantasy and all this stuff, right? So let's define sorcery first. Sorcery, the craft or art of manipulating change to occur in accordance with one's selfish will, meaning the lowercase will. We're going to be talking a lot about will. And magic, the craft or art of influencing change to occur in accordance with the higher will. Now, I'm not going to tell you what that means here right now, but we will get into the difference between the higher will and the lowercase will. And I mean, it says it right here. Anybody with any faculties of reason can see that selfish will, meaning you're only for yourself and you care not what happens to other people or what you do upon other people, is a very negative and very bad mindset to have. And ultimately, it is what causes violence because people only care about themselves. There's a lot of reasons for that, but selfishness is a big part of it. And I really like this image. I'm not sure who did this art. I found it online, but it's just really, really good. I think I really enjoyed this image. It was hard for me to find a good image for this specific one. You know, I before I did an angel and a demon, and I didn't really like that, and because it was too religious-y, and but ultimately I think that this image kind of hits it, you know, because occult knowledge is a tool and it can be used both for negative things and positive things. Our job is to use that knowledge for positive stuff, which I have defined ad infinitum. Now, this is Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons has a very interesting history, but he says the true magicians have always been scientists, and science has always been the magician's best ally. Now, Jack Parsons had a very rough start in Thelema, and if anybody's interested in that, I would read Strange Angel or go and watch the show. Unfortunately, they killed it off, and you know, Mark and myself, I think we both concluded it was mainly because of what they were depicting there, and specifically the reading of Liber Oz, and we will read that here today. Jack Parsons was not a perfect individual, and he struggled staying on the path of true enlightenment. And he struggled with serving two masters. He worked for the military. He had a lot of baggage and a lot of stuff that he really couldn't overcome. He couldn't dedicate himself to the actual spiritual journey because he was still working from the lower base desires. He was still working from sorcery. So if anybody's interested in Jack Parsons' history, there's some good documentaries out there on him. I just watched one recently. It was very revealing. There's even some conspiracies that he actually, you know, was assassinated. Though it's kind of iffy. It doesn't surprise me if he was. I can't really say that he actually was. But as far as we know, there was some very suspicious things circling around his death. You can look into that if you'd like. Again, I'm not saying live like Jack Parsons, but this statement is true when it applies to occultism and magic. So whenever we imagine a cult, we usually think of ritualistic dramas where people are out in the woods sacrificing animals with their robes. I wore my robe specifically, right? I think the colors fit. I have my unicrystal hexagram on, and we will talk about that later. Yes, it is true that rituals and rites are a deep part of the occult practices. You cannot separate that. That is true. The real dark occultists of this day really are not people in the woods sacrificing animals to some entity. Really, they wear business suits and they work in the Senate. They work in the courts. They work in the banks. You know, you want to see real dark occultists? Just look at your government. You know, that's all you need to do. That's where you're going to find real dark occultists. Just look at your representatives or the representatives. Because I know people here today do not accept these people as representatives for them. And you should not. But what is a ritual? A ritual is a set of actions, often ceremonial in nature, performed in a prescribed order and imbued with symbolic meaning. These actions are usually repetitive and follow specific traditions and patterns, often passed down through generations. Rituals can be found in various aspects of human life, including religious ceremonies, cultural practices, social customs, and even personal routines. In Thelema, rituals are not performed to appease external gods, obey tradition for its own sake without just or ontological cause, or submit to dogmatic authority. Rather, ritual is a deliberate technology, quote unquote technology, of consciousness as a method that works from an esoteric model by which the individual aligns thought, emotions, and actions into harmony with the true will. And this is a quote from Eliphas Levi. The forms of ritual are the alphabet of the language of the mysteries. This is also a quote from another occult author. Ritual magic is a form of deliberate psychodrama. And I think the image displays this psychodrama very accurately. Thelemic rites and rituals are mainly derived from Freemasonry. And yes, that is true. Mainly Freemasonry, Kabbalah, and Tarot. But ultimately, it's coming from Freemasonry, in my point of view. And as understood within the AA system, operate simultaneously on multiple levels of initiation. Psychologically, they function as methods of subconscious reconditioning and deliberate confrontation with the shadow, dissolving internal contradictions that obscure true will. Symbolically, they employ archetypal forms drawn from Kabbalah, Tarot, and myth, not as objects of belief, but as living formulas to be consciously assumed and integrated. Rites serve to align the individual microcosm with the macrocosmic order, establishing resonance between personal action and universal law. Each rite marks a measurable shift in awareness, discipline, and responsibility appropriate to the grade of the aspirant. And Israel Regardie, who is a very prominent figure in the Golden Dawn, states, the rituals are psychological mechanisms designed to awaken powers within the psyche. That's what it is. And it's been used by indigenous cultures. This method has been used by indigenous cultures and humanity throughout all the ages. Once we have started to implement the idea of magic and specifically started to try to influence the extant, right? These methodologies of symbolic performance and psychodramas and spiritual invocations all start to manifest in any culture, no matter what. But specifically at the origins of humanity, when you look at esoteric anthropology, we'll start to see how this, and it is true, it is in an anthropological way, a religious thought, something that is meant to bind you back to spiritual truth or truth itself, something meant to enhance not only the individual, but enhance the social group, the tribal group, or the culture itself to grow and to cultivate something. Now, obviously, there's a negative connotation to that word religion. Comes from relegulo, relegare. It can mean to buy back, to tie back from forward momentum, from growth and things like that. Or it can tie you back and anchor you and tether you to something that's important, such as truth. Obviously, it's not an avocation to get involved in institutionalized religious beliefs. And one of my favorite authors, Joseph Campbell, says, a ritual is the enactment of a myth. And by participating in the ritual, you are participating in the myth. And since myth is a projection of the depth, wisdom of the psyche, by participating in the ritual, you are being, as it were, put in accord with that wisdom, which is the wisdom that is inherent within you anyhow. And I think that kind of nails it and sums it up. So what does the word thelema actually mean? The word is a English transliteration of the Koine Greek noun, which is of the same English pronunciation, thelema, which means will, which comes from the verb, the Greek verb, thelo, which means to will, wish, want, or purpose. It constitutes an occult philosophy established by Aleister Crowley during the early 1900s. The core concepts of thelema, especially the phrase, do what thou wilt, existed before Aleister Crowley. A lot of people don't know this. Most notably in the 16th century work, Gargantua and Pantagruel by Francois Rabelais. It describes the Abbey of Thelema as a satirical inversion of monastic life. The abbey has a single rule, fais ce que voudras. My French is horrible, but it means do what thou wilt in French. Rabelais used this as a humanist satire aimed at the corruption and hypocrisy of church institutions. However, the satire was not meant to mean do whatever one wants. Other writers and thinkers, such as members of the Hellfire Clubs, were also influenced by this idea before Crowley synthesized it into his own philosophy of thelema. And yes, the word is pronounced thelema in classical Greek, which ultimately just means will. But it's theta, epsilon, lambda, eta, mu, alpha. And that eta sound is where people get confused, because in modern Greek, a lot of times it's translated as an E sound, a long E, E. So they would pronounce it thelema. And in fact, I'm sure you heard it on TV that pronounced that way, or a movie or something like this. But in classical Greek, that's pronounced as an A sound. So it would be thelema, So yes, that is the correct pronunciation of that. And I did a lot of research on that. That's not just me like saying that because somebody else said it. If you look it up, you will find that in classical Greek, you're supposed to pronounce the eta sound, A. So, so in thelema, we find the main symbol of the occult tradition. It's called a unicursal hexagram. This is a 6-pointed star drawn with a single continuous line. That's what unicursal means, which was popularized in modern occultism by Aleister Crowley, though its elements are much older. In fact, you may find resemblance to this with the Star of David or the Seal of Solomon, which is the upward-facing triangle and the inverted triangle overlapping each other. The traditional hexagram, two interlaced triangles, has long been symbolized as the union of opposites, the sacred masculine and sacred feminine principle. In the ancient mystery traditions, specifically, so you will find this predating, you will find this going all the way back to the stellar cults, ultimately. Unlike the traditional hexagram, which requires lifting the pen, the unicursal form is traced in one unbroken motion, symbolizing will acting without internal division. There's a lot of things that symbolizes, but that's how I think of it. Crowley's innovation can be traced to earlier mathematical curiosities and Renaissance magical diagrams, but was deliberately adopted by Crowley for the ritual of the ruby star. At the center of the unicursal hexagram, you're going to find in many depictions, sometimes you don't, but in many depictions, you'll find the 5-leaf clover, which is a form of the pentagram and represents the 5 elemental powers, that of fire, water, air, earth, and quintessence being spirit. Unlike the 4-leaf clover, which represents good material fortune, so like if you find a 4-leaf clover out in your yard, usually means good fortune, right? The 5-leaf is that of spiritual unity with the material, spiritual fortune, real spiritual fortune, not materialistic, not solely materialistic fortune. When it is placed upright, it means raised spirit. So when the pentagram, as shown on this with the 5-leaf clover, the 5th point is facing upright, it means raised spirit, because that point, that 5th point, represents the quintessence or the essence, or spirit, the essence of ourselves. And it is in full prime and in its proper role. That is crucial to understand. When inverted, it means the death of spirit. So we find this in satanic symbolism. When the pentagram is inverted, the spirit is now facing in the south rather than the north. And this means that the spirit is in the coffin, awaiting a resurrection because it is dead. It is the death of spirit. This also puts the 4 elements of the physical above the spiritual, which means that it is primacy on material. Astrotheologically, it relates to the waxing and waning cycles of the sun and the soul's journey. So if you think about a zodiacal circle or a zodiacal circle, and you take this, image, imagine taking a pentagram and starting it in the south, the spirit in the south, the 5th point facing directly due south, right, in the coffin. And then you spin it and you rotate it clockwise. You'll see that spirit's journey traverses through that circle. And so our goal is to raise spirit, the waxing angles, right? Upward into the northern position. But obviously, it is a hero's journey. So we do go back down. And then, when we go back to the coffin, our job is to resurrect the spirit when we're in the coffin. So you could say birth, and then you have growth, and then you have full adulthood, full raise, and then you have decay, and then death, and then resurrection again, right? So you can look at it that way. There's many different models for this. The main point is to understand it very simply, is that fifth point represents spirit. And when it's inverted, it means that your job is to flip it, to put it back in the north. That is your responsibility to do that. And this is why dark occultists love the inverted pentagram. And actually, inept children run around using this symbol as some form of rebellion when that's not what it really represents. It means that you're actually in ignorance, apathy, and laziness is what it really means. And it means your spiritual nature is dead. And in fact, you could even symbolize it as an atheist or a nihilist who, their spiritual aspects are, again, in the coffin, right? So yeah, very important to understand. So in Thelema, we have the book Liber al vel legis, often referred to simply as the Book of the Law, which is a central sacred text in the occult philosophy of Thelema. Aleister Crowley claimed to have received this text through a process of automatic writing, channeling, that's what automatic writing really is, during mystical experiences with ayahuasca in Cairo, Egypt in 1904. The book comprises 3 chapters attributed to different deities: Nut, also pronounced Nuit, Hadit, and Rahor Kuit. These chapters contain cryptic and esoteric verses that often require extensive interpretation and cannot be understood without the knowledge of the occult mystery traditions. The philosophical concepts embedded in Liber al vel legis revolve around the notion of the will, the pursuit of one's true purpose, and the relationship between the individual and the cosmic order. Very important to understand that. Israel Regardi says Thelema is a system of spiritual development and practice designed to allow an individual to attain the highest level of self-realization and spiritual attainment. Now here we go. You want to know what Thelema is? Let's hear it directly from them. Thelema, the law of liberty. Is it a religion? A philosophy? A collection of metaphysical practices? A system of postmodern ethics? That would be really bad. Decide for yourself what it is. There is religion in Thelema for those that require it. There is freedom from religion in Thelema for those that require it. The goal of Thelema, to help you realize your true will, the innermost spark of divinity inside you that holds your life's purpose on your own terms, in your own unique way, bowing down to nobody in the process. And then Crowley goes on to state, every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. And then we have, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law at the top, and love is the law, love under will. It's very important to understand. We'll be talking about that. So what does this phrase mean? Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Everybody usually just takes that phrase. Do what thou wilt is one of the most recognized tenets of Thelema, yet also one of the most misunderstood. It is misinterpreted due to his brevity and the controversial reputation of Crowley. Taken alone, the phrase is often interpreted as a license for hedonism, recklessness, self-indulgence, selfishness, carnal-based desires, rampant materialism, and out-of-balance egoism. To understand this in its correct form, it's essential to explore the tradition in full. Let me read that again. To understand this in its correct form, it is essential to explore the tradition in full. This misunderstanding persists largely because people isolate the first half of the statement while ignoring the full formulation. The full formulation, as just shown before, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law, love under will. So Satanists, people who are young and inept, again, will take that first statement and run rampant with it. If you just isolate that, then yeah, it would give you some ideological justification, some romantic justification in your head to be like, oh, I can just do whatever I want. That is the whole of the law. But let's focus on another thing here. What does will mean? In Thelemic philosophy, the term will does not refer to fleeting desires or ego-driven impulses. In other words, it does not mean do whatever you want. It refers to the true will of creation and higher power. It is an individual's authentic purpose, telos. That's what telos means. And life path, the path which aligns one's own will, lowercase will. Remember, we were talking about lowercase will and highercase will. Lowercase will with the will of creation, capital highercase will of creation. The true will, when correctly understood, is the elevation of the great work in one's life above the sole purpose of personal pleasure and materialism. It is what you are here to do. Okay? It is what you are here to do when illusion, fear, and dogmatic conditioning are removed. This path becomes apparent when one learns to listen to and follow the guidance of their higher self and adhere to natural law, also known as karma, cosmic law, God's law. Nowadays, I just call it law. That's all it is, just law. That's what it really is. It is the apotheosis of liberty. Apotheosis means the highest attainment, the highest thing you can attain for. Apotheosis of liberty. To follow any other path when in times of lies, fear, and slavery than the one of truth, love, and freedom is not the true will. Okay? If you are just following any other path when, we're living in a dystopia, there's lies, there's fear, there's slavery, there's violence, there's tyranny, any of this stuff. And you're just going along with it. That's not the true will. Okay? That is not the true will at all. There's nothing about that is in harmony with the true will. So Aleister Crowley himself even wrote this in Magic Without Tears. Do what thou wilt does not mean do what you like. He says it himself. People seem to forget this. It does not mean do what you like. And a person who is attaining or striving or has attained and aligned with natural law and with the true will, he's represented by the Magus card of the tarot. This is Crowley's personal deck. Okay, so he had this personally designed for Thelema and for him. And this deck is amazing. I have a personal version myself. I really love the symbolism. And we can see here in the symbolism, you have the lower base consciousness and carnal desires being represented as the ape or the monkey. And then the raised spirit, the raised man, right? You have the wings spread out wide at the top with the serpent being raised, the Kundalini serpent being raised to the pinnacle. You have the four suits of the tarot in this. There's a plethora of symbolism here, and it's rich. It's absolutely rich. So it represents the enlightened man, the one who has, done the work and is doing the work. It's not just you're done and that's it. We're going to talk about that too. Brevity and controversy. Some people mistakenly believe that Thelema promotes a moral relativism in which anything goes as long as it aligns with one's will. Again, lowercase will, right? In reality, Thelema includes ethical principles such as love is the law, love under will, which suggests that one's actions should be guided by love and harmony with objective morality and natural law. It doesn't just suggest, and I should have changed that for this. It dictates that. Okay? You can't, it's just not a suggestion. It is the dictation of that. Because the only way you can be in harmony with the true will is by following the law of love. Critics argue that do what thou wilt promotes a disregard for the well-being and rights of others. This is in fact far from the case, and only those who have not fully studied and correctly understood the teachings say this. The individual's liberties, rights, and well-being of others is of crucial importance in Thelema. Despite what others may think, it is not a license to harm or exploit other moral agents. This is David Shoemaker, and this comes from his book, The Way of the Will. I highly recommend it. I believe he is the magus of the temple currently. I know he was for a while. He states, Thelema is not a license to indulge the ego, but a demand that the ego be brought into alignment with something far deeper. A lot of people get confused with occultism. Rightfully so. There's a lot of confusing things in occultism. Thelema itself is cryptic by its very nature. People misunderstand Thelema largely because it speaks in deliberate, cryptic, paradoxical, and confrontational language that assumes philosophical and esoteric literacy, specifically symbolic literacy and correlative thinking, which many readers do not bring to it. So many people don't bring this to it. It does not explain itself gently or progressively. It assumes the student will struggle, cross-reference, and verify through due diligence, practice, and correlative thinking. Readers who approach the text as literal scripture or as a guide to self-help philosophy miss the initiatory dimensions entirely and either idolize or reject what they do not yet understand. The principles are cryptic for a reason, and that reason is unveiled as one proceeds through the method and dedicates themselves to the study. It's not an easy path. It's hard work to do this work, to understand, to unveil occultism. It's not something that you can just pick up and read and just immediately grasp, especially if you've been conditioned as, to only think with the left brain, especially if you don't have symbolic literacy. You have to increase the mental faculties to be able to understand occultism. You have pretty much, if we want to put it in video game terms, you got to increase your experience level. You know, you got to dive in and you got to struggle with it. You know I've struggled a lot understanding this stuff. I still struggle to this day. I read stuff and I'm like, what are they talking about? But you have to work on it. That's the point. There's no way out of this mess without understanding the occult. And anybody who says that we're going to get out of this mess by not understanding the occult is a complete, absolute imbecile. Absolutely. Just a dunce. You're not getting out of it. Because the occult is all-encompassing for all hidden knowledge. It's not just the knowledge that the elite keeps from you. You know, I talk about this in a lot of my other work. You know, nature itself, the material realm is occulted by its very nature. You know, the tree doesn't come to you and just tell you how it works. You know, this is not just something handed to you on a silver platter and you just have some, you know, innate gift for it. You might be more skilled than others with correlative thinking. You might have higher intelligence levels. That's true, but there's still work to be put into it. You know, really, I say there's no prodigies of the occult, because even a prodigy, even if you're born with an aptitude for revealing these things, if you don't work on it, you lose it. It's just the same with everybody. If you have like some biological and maybe consciousness ability and experience, you know, the experience might not even be there, but just the aptitude for it, right? To pick up on it intuitively, right? Like picking up a guitar when you're really young, or drumming, you know, as a child, and you got it, or playing a piano. You know, if you don't work on those things, you're going to lose them. You're not just going to be gifted for the rest of your life with that. You know, I hear people say this stuff all the time and they don't understand. People who are skilled worked at it. You know, we work at it. That's the thing. That's why I know the things I do, because I work at them. I dedicate my time. I don't, there's a part of me that really enjoys understanding the occult stuff. But when it comes to like trying to set humanity free, I don't want to be doing that. None of us want to be here doing this, really. We would all be wanting to do our own things, And we'll talk about a little bit of that later. I don't want to get too much on a tangent here. We're going to take a look at the logos and telos. Logos is the Greek term which means word, reason, and or principle. And in philosophical and mystical contexts, it refers to the rational organizing principle underlying the cosmos from a divine mind. It represents both the structural intelligence of reality and the monad intelligence, meaning your intelligence. A deficiency of logos is a failure of the integration of the nature of mind. The process of true will presupposes the logos. Logos operates as a mediating and orderly principle that renders will epistemically accessible and practical. In the lack of this, we have no means for the process at all. The necessity of logos is a foundation of epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics. You can't reason or rationalize any metaphysical claims. You can't rationalize whether the scopes of knowledge and whether knowledge exists or not. And you can't rationalize right from wrong behavior. You can't understand anything if you do not have the faculty of logos. So in epistemology, logos provides the criteria for justified true knowledge or justified knowledge. Without it, claims to knowledge completely collapse. You can't make any claims from that. In metaphysics, logos functions as the principle of intelligibility that allows reality to be articulated in structure, non-contradictory terms. Without rational ordering, metaphysical claims become indistinguishable from any just assertion, just any random assertion. It can be anything it is. And this has to do with the principle of induction as well, that nature has a regularity over time, that you can correlate something that has happened to something that is currently happening and something that could happen. Okay. And then this also applies to ethics as well. So logos grounds the capacity to distinguish between aligned and misaligned actions of morality, obviously, enabling the practitioner to differentiate authentic expressions of will from compulsory or ego-driven behavior. So you have to have a logos in all this. Now, the lack of telos is extremely important. Usually, if you have the lack of this, you end up as a nihilist. So telos is the Greek philosophical term meaning end, purpose, or goal. Has a connection to eschatology as well, but we're not going to get into that here. This is central to Aristotle's ideas that everything has a final cause or inherent aim, forming the root of teleology, the understanding that existence is not just random motion, right? Not just matter and molecules just bouncing into each other, which is a materialistic standpoint. The rejection of telos is the murder of the understanding of purpose and the true will. You can't strive for the true will and align with the true will if you do not understand telos. It is philosophically destructive because without orienting ourselves with purpose, there can be no meaningful discernments of truth, love, and morals, or the work at all, or magic at all. And this also applies to freedom or even a self. You can't even have this idea of a self. There's no foundation for you to make a claim about a self because there's no purpose to that. There's no meaning for a self. A purposeless worldview is self-contradictory and non sequitur upon its presuppositions. Without telos, one cannot sustain any form of worldviews, principles, liberties, or success. You literally can't have a worldview without telos. There's no meaning to a worldview then. So if you say that you have a worldview of no worldview, it's self-contradictory, thus a non sequitur. True will presupposes a knowable, describable, and manifestable goal which the individual is responsible for reaching, and the entire initiatory framework from the HGA, the Holy Guardian Angel, to the Abyss is built upon telos. The true will is the highest form of telos, meaning the apotheosis, right? Again, that term. So what is the AA? A lot of people are not familiar with the AA. They just know Thelema. Well, AA stands for Astrum Argentium. The AA is a Western esoteric and philosophical order founded in 1907 by Aleister Crowley and George Cecil Jones. Its purpose is not the formation of belief, but the deliberate advancement of humanity through disciplined perfection of the individual on every plane of being. To this end, the order employs a graded series of initiations, each corresponding to a universal stage in the unfoldment of consciousness rather than to a social rank or an institutional authority rank. The initiatory system of the AA is distinctly syncretic, drawing together the interior discipline of Theravada Buddhism, the metaphysical insight and practice methods of Vedantic yoga, and the symbolic operation of ceremonial magic, but ultimately are all derived from ancient esoteric Comedian teachings, which I call the craft, which is the origins of Freemasonry. These methods are organized according to the Kabbalistic tree of life, Freemasonic rites and symbolism, and rituals, and the tarot, all of which serves as both a map of the human psyche and a cosmological diagram of spiritual ascent. Within this framework, the order pursues what it terms scientific illuminism, the systematic investigation, practice, and transmission of mystical and magical techniques, tested through direct experience rather than accepted on blind faith. So it uses the scientific method. A lot of people think that occultism is just superstition, woo-woo stuff. No, occultists are always endeavoring to understand things through trial and error. They're using the scientific method. They are using the proper use of the trivium, grammar, logic, rhetoric. They're using the 7 liberal arts. A central doctrinal and instructional text of the AA is One Star in Sight, which lays out the aspirant's path through the successive grades of attainment from the initial status of probationer to the consummate realization of ipsissimus, which means self, magister templi, which means master of the temple. Each grade represents a defined and authentic transformation and milestone in discipline, knowledge, awareness, consciousness, and liberty, but most critically, the knowledge and conversation of the guardian angel. Really, it's of one's guardian angel and crossing of the abyss. One Star in Sight remains indispensable for understanding the AA's orderly approach to personal and spiritual development and the integrative character of its esoteric philosophy. And if I didn't say this before, Astrum Argentium means the silver star in Latin. And obviously we're talking a lot about stars. We're going to be talking about that. But this silver star, the One Star in Sight, it's talking about the North Pole Star, the directional star that gives us orientation metaphorically, allegorically, symbolically. And so when we're talking about this star, we're talking about the star within us, and we're talking about the star above us, which in Freemasonry, in the most ancient stellar cults, represented the one grand architect of the universe, represented God, the Godhead. Here's a few quotes from the AA. There is no bond of union among the members of the AA save the pursuit of the great work. The student shall make himself thoroughly acquainted with the methods of science and the aim of religion. Important. The first task of the aspirant is to control the mind. Very, very crucial. Any man or woman can look for the entrance, and any man or woman who is within can teach another to seek it, but only those who are fit can arrive within it. And this is coming from an account of AA subfigura 33, and that number 33 is very significant. Now, of course, some may take this as a elitist idea. But what this really means is that you have to do the work to enter. That's what it means by fit. It's not saying, hey, you can't enter into the holy temple of the self without, some authoritarian approval. No. What it's really meaning deeply is that you have to meet the requirements. You have to be fit to enter that mentally, spiritually. It's very important to distinguish the context about this. Now, the seal of the Astrum Argentium says Civilum Sanctum Fraternitas, and that just means sigil of the brotherhood. The seal of the heptagram, this 7-pointed star is called a heptagram, is the thalamic symbol employed within the AA as a glyph of integration, initiation, and completed cycle of manifestation. And it should not be confused with the far more elaborate Siligium Dei Ai Meth. But that's the sigil from John Dee's Enochian system. The 7-pointed star signifies the sevenfold process of becoming, corresponding simultaneously to the classical planets being the Elohim, which means the wanderers, the 7 chakras, the 7 northern circumpolar constellations. So in the stellar cult and stellar myths, this would be Horus and the 6 glorious ones, the 7 hermetic principles, the Sephirotic unity, so the unification of the dualistic Sephirotes of the Tree of Life, the diatonic scale, which is a musical scale from A to G, which is 7 notes, and then the 8 is the next higher octave. So you repeat back. So the 8 would be the A in a higher octave or lower octave, depending on which way you're taking that scale. The 7 prism spectrum, so the 7 visible colors that we get from shining light through a prism, and this is how our eyes work. The 7 liberal arts, and the 7 stages of embodied initiation, plus much more. So the 7 is a very, very sacred number. It is the number of completion and higher order. There's a lot to the 7. We don't have time to get into everything about the 7. At each point appears the letters of the name Babylon, which is spelled different because it's spelled with a B-A-B-A-L-O-N rather than B-A-B-Y-L-O-N, as declaration that the divine feminine permeates every stage of manifestation, the principle that receives, transforms, and redeems forces through experience. She is the vessel of all becoming, the alchemical womb in which opposites are dissolved and recombined. We're going to be talking a lot about Babylon. So when it comes to the name of Babylon, this altered spelling was revealed to Crowley during some altered Enochian rituals out in the desert, and it became central for his text, The Vision and the Voice. Now I'm going to add in my own take on the spelling. There's a lot of different takes on the spelling, and a lot of them have a lot of very deep meaning. So in the Egyptian cosmology and belief systems, the Ba was a crucial component of the human soul, personality, and individuality, or direct spiritual manifestation. And so we have the double Ba in this word. And to me, this symbolizes the second birth. And then the Lan, the L-O-N, can be broken down in green language as El, God, as in Elohim, but El is singular for God, and On. And On means things like energy, light. When you turn something on, it has spirit. It gives it spirit. So it initiates the surge, the spark of the self, the spark of the soul. Now, Lan etymologically is not a very meaningful suffix when you look into it. However, it does have some interesting other connotations to it. I think the green language works out the best here. I think the Ba is the most important to recognize and to understand how this is representing the invocation of spirit and the second birth. And we'll see why that is here shortly. In the theology of Thelema, the principles are personified by a trinity of ancient Egyptian divinities. Nuit, the goddess of infinite space and possibility, think of it as a circle. had it, the winged serpent of light, and the infinitely small point of consciousness. So you can think of that as the circled dot. And then Rahor Kuit, the crowned and sovereign child embodied action and harmony with true will, the dynamic force of manifestation that emerges from the alchemical union and becoming with the universal law of love. So within the Trinity, there is another Trinity, a 33. Kind of interesting. And it gets more layered as you go deeper. But you have Ra, which is the solar masculine principle, Kuit, which is the lunar and feminine principle, and then Hor, which comes from, it's actually a version of Horus, and it's a solar divine child. Now, another trinity that we find in Thelema is the trinity of aeons. But what is an aeon? An aeon denotates a long epoch of human spiritual and psychological development marked by a dominant formula of consciousness rather than a precise historical chronology. The term aeon derives from the Greek aeon, meaning age, lifetime, or eternity, and is related to a Proto-Indo-European root, Aiwa, which is interesting because it kind of connects to Aiwas, meaning life or vital force. Crowley's use of the term reflects this meaning. Aeons are not merely a span of time, but living patterns of consciousness that shape humanity's understanding of nature, philosophy, science, and culture. In my personal take, the importance is not the aeon as a time frame, but the allegory of the archetypes as a model for the unification of the self. So the trinity of aeons is the aeon of Isis, which is the goddess divine mother traditions, which relates to the emotions, which also relates to spirit. And now on the relief that we see here, we see Isis on the right. The next aeon that came after that was the aeon of Osiris, which is the creator god, father, which represents thoughts. And that's in the middle, so it represents mind. And then the aeon of Horus, which is the male child or hero, which represents right action and wisdom, which is the body as well, and that's on the left. If we wanted to have a more scholarly approach to the aeons, it would be more prudent to put it in the correct context of the stellar, lunar, and solar cults and the evolution of the mythos and religious thought that is the foundation for all the mystery schools. And for anybody who's studied my work or Nate Cap's work or Albert Churchward's work, you should recognize why I would bring that criticism to the table. One of the most prominent aeons, though, is the aeon of Horus. Thelema posits that human history can be divided into different spiritual epochs or aeons, each marked by a specific spiritual model that is a result of human condition. The previous aeon was the aeon of Osiris, associated with themes of death, resurrection, sacrifice, betrayal. The aeon of Horus succeeds it. Aeons do not replace one another abruptly. Instead, there is a gradual overlap and shift over extended periods. The aeon of Horus, also known as the aeon of the crowned and conquering child, is a central concept within Thelemic tradition. It represents a distinct spiritual era or age characterized by a shift in human consciousness and the emergence of humanity's alignment with natural law and true will of creation. This symbolically represents the aeon of personal responsibility to the great work, to evolve ourselves and by doing so, help evolve the whole. This can only be done by the collapse of the false belief in the legitimacy of the master-slave relationship and the emergence of true love under will. This means we have to get our epistemology, logic, metaphysics, and ethics sound before we can do that work. And again, here is Crowley's deck with the card Aeon, and it's very revealing. I am out of time for this segment. I will, however, be presenting the full presentation on my YouTube channel and on my website. I will be covering a lot more topics such as the Holy Guardian Angel, the Abermelin ritual, gematria, what the number 93 actually means, what is the symbolism of Babylon and Choronzon, what is the abyss. I also will be getting into what law actually is, and many more topics. I'm very excited to bring the rest of this presentation to all of you beautiful stars out here. And I hope that you will join me for the extended version of this when I end up airing it, which should be about a week or 2 weeks after the conference. With all that being said, I want to give another thank you for the event organizers and having me back on. I also want to thank each and every one of you sovereign beings for participating and being part of this work and helping to motivate us and to share this information. And hopefully these things inspire you to get involved and start to do this work yourself, because it is of vital importance to humanity. And I hope that I've spark that curiosity within you about looking into the occult traditions. And with that, I will bid you a farewell with "Do what thou will shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law, love under will." 9393.
All right, Brandon Martin, always bringing the advanced breakdown of occultism. And Thelema is definitely advanced material, and he does a great job at synthesizing that down to, a level of clarity. Kind of the theme of the conference itself is clarity. So what'd you guys think of that?
Yeah, I loved his robe too, and the aesthetics. Brandon, great speaker. Yeah, obviously has a lot more to say. So follow up with his work, folks, because that's like, the first third of this presentation, basically, as I understand it. So, and I really appreciate the stuff he explains too. It helps me out a lot.
Yeah, and fellow Cubbyhole, rather Truth Academy, Nate Cap saying, "What? This is some of your best work, Brandon." Yeah, he always brings his A game or even S game. Very especial, top notch. Thank you so much, Brandon. Yeah, definitely sparked my curiosity. Quite familiar with it, but yeah, much more to learn and apply to one's life to improve on. Right, that's what it's really all about. This occult knowledge, this study of the hidden laws of nature, all that.
That's right. Leslie, did you want to comment on before we dive into the...
I just wanted to say, that what Brandon's sharing is really deep and requires time. I think listening again, taking your time with and really contemplating what he's saying, and then doing that added reading is really helpful.
Fantastic. Yeah, and again, that is a segment of a larger presentation. I believe like 3 hours, maybe more, from what I remember Brandon communicating. So definitely seedtruth.com. People can go to his website and get the full extended version. So without further ado, it is time for the final segment of day one of the Funnel 5 Ignite Hearts and Minds Conference. And we're going to bring in some of the fantastic contributors and presenters of the day. Brandon Spencer, James Cordner. How you guys doing, man? Welcome.
Doing well. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Conversation.
Well, you both brought, extreme in fuego to the conference with your presentations, like you guys always do, right? But I love, I keep saying this word clarity, but this is something I talk about recently on how it's so important. I mean, what is occultism is a great example. People think it's this old or ancient category of information when it's actually very relevant today. It's just that communicating and adding that clarity. What does this mean? Right? Getting down to that meaning of certain topics. And you both in your presentations bring, incredible clarity to these topics that a lot of people need to talk about and act upon.
Well, that's the goal. Really, something that you say that sparks inspiration and creativity in my mind is, Will, you say to simplify the profound, right? Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And that to me is such a powerful statement to really just get one going. To motivate. It's a motivation thing for me when I hear you say that, because it gives me kind of something to put in my crosshairs,
Yeah, for sure. We do have a list of questions, but I want to ask both of you, what was the main inspiration? And again, people can go back and watch the presenter interviews because they're just a great little segments that it's almost like an addendum to the presentations that are going in the conference. But what was that main factor? Why that presentation? Why that that information conveyed?
Brandon?
Well, mine is I'm kind of keeping the theme from a lot of my previous funnel presentations. Always try to bring in the importance of understanding, the Trinity or the three in one. So, always try to bring focus, toward that and just bring it more clear, keeping things simple. But yeah, that really is what inspires me is, um, having people see the work and them being able to gauge it and going and looking at all of my other previous work and not just watching one thing and coming up with their own conclusion to not just believe what I'm saying or anything like that, but get them to kind of understand we always should be going back to the knowledge and learning more in whatever topic it is. And hopefully you can see that with the simplicity of these presentations. So, try to inspire, others to, always go back to that drawing board to take in more data, taking more information, because there's always something, have more that we can bring to these topics. And that's why, always try to go deeper with our own, knowledge and to keep challenging our own selves and to, just not, to not ever really be toward the end to want to keep learning and growing and not be satisfied and to keep wanting more and to keep having that fire burn because that was one of the things, right? I'm always trying to bring that passion and that fire, hopefully is seen in my work. And then too, the tough love really is one of the things that inspired me. I always look at, a lot of the things that I've gone through, and I realize a lot of people may necessarily didn't get that tough love, aspect, because that's something that I think is missing out. And that's one of the things that really does, help inspire me. I think Derek knows and Chris knows I'm a very disciplined, big headed, individual. But I think that's much needed because that tough love, is one that kind of brings us back to those principles and never forget, those principles that we should all, hold deep to our hearts.
I love that, Brandon. I really do. The tough love is something that doesn't get expressed properly. It's usually something that comes out as abrasive or abusive, and it's not really something that's, actually just really thought through and thought about really and delivered in a way to actually convey the message of care in a way that's like, hey, you knucklehead, fucking listen to me, will you? And I think you do really, really do a really great job at really delivering that. You had me in stitches at the end of your presentation, And it just was it was a breath of fresh air to hear it come from you in such a way. But so my answer to the question and what inspires me is my enemy, which is the government. They inspire me every day to stand up and speak out against them, because somebody has to do it. And plenty of people are doing it, more and more so as time goes on. But I could sit here and tell you that it's my kids or it's my, my wife or whatever, but really they make me want to just grab anybody I can and just tell them, what's really going on. So it's pretty simple for me.
Excellent. Brandon Martin, thanks for joining us. An incredible presentation, man. I'm thoroughly looking forward to see the full extended version. What did you say, about 3 hours it turned out?
About 3 hours.
Oh, let me see. We got your volumes coming in pretty low. I might be able to raise it on my end real quick. Okay.
Is that better?
No, it's almost
Oh, I see why.
okay.
Did you select the proper audio input?
Yeah, it kind of sounded like it was like a internal,
like a camera mic or something.
Camera mic, yeah.
Do the camera mic. Is that better?
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
Yay.
All right, cool.
Perfect.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's about 3 hours. I recorded over 4 hours of content for it. And, it's always that way whenever I put together a presentation with slides, unless it's just like a free flow speech. I end up with a huge amalgamation of data, and I have to cut it down and keep cutting it down and distilling it into something that's workable, obviously. And, I was rushing to, so I'm a new father, so life has been very busy and very chaotic and very blessed and very awesome. And so, getting this together has gave me a lot of motivation because I haven't been able to do much work lately on the Seed Truth Academy. So it's just been a wonderful process. And this is a topic that I've been wanting to put forward on the table for many years now. So this gave me the opportunity, especially with the main theme of the funnel conference being Ignite. I felt that it aligned perfectly with those principles.
Awesome. Yeah. And Thelema's one of those, schools, mystery traditions that's extremely underrated or misunderstood. There's a lot of ignorance and misinformation there. So it's great to see that fresh approach and that clarity again.
Yes, absolutely. And the next part really reveals a lot more, and it gets deep into natural law. It, gets really deep into what law actually is. And, I talk about whether man can actually create law at all. If that's a legitimate process, can you actually create law at all? Which we all know that's not true. Here at this conference, but I explain it in a philosophical sense, and that's something that really inspires me. And it has always inspired me. To the question that was asked, actually, was just the mysteries of the mind and the mysteries of the universe was my first inspiration into this work, and then from there, it was recognizing the condition of humanity and what we were up against, and then from there, obviously, people like yourselves keep me motivated to keep and continuing to do this work along with my family and other people's family, and just, for posterity and progeny mainly, because, we have to be able to keep this torch alive and pass these ideas down. And if we don't get our minds correct epistemically, metaphysically, and ethically, then we're pretty much fucked, is what it is. So
That's right.
Yep.
Excellent. And we got Tyler Bloyer in the house. You had an incredible presentation as well, man. So the question was, what inspired you to do that topic for the Funnel 5 conference?
Yeah, thanks, Will. And also, again, thank all you guys for putting this on. I know it's a lot of work, and all the energy that went into it. Really appreciate it, and I think the audience got a lot out of it today. When you asked when you asked me to come on, I had really it came to me right away. That presentation had been cooking in the background for quite some time, and so when the opportunity came, it wasn't really a question what I would present. And then since then, as that 6 months went by, I don't know if it's just what I'm paying attention to out there, but it just seemed like, okay, more and more, this is becoming a real issue that we need to. But like I was saying in the presentation, we don't really have any time now. There isn't any time left for us to decide, what we're gonna do, and still, am I gonna be a lazy ass still, or am I gonna actually do something? I mean, that time is kind of past now, and now we're being faced with real consequences from our apathy overall. Not anybody here, and not anybody that participated in this conference, but as a collective whole, we're gonna start learning those lessons a lot sooner than just saying, oh, natural law is going to catch up with us in this long far out thing that we're never really going to understand. Like, no, we're all going to start to see some of the consequences unfold relatively quickly here, I would say. Not to be a downer or anything like that.
No, man, I think it's like the ball's been rolling down the hill. A lot of times when you try to talk to folks about the concept, whether you use, some of you discuss the different terms. James was using the term voluntarism. Tyler, you were not so fond of that term. I kind of going back and forth too. Like if I talk with just someone I meet about anarchy, usually the point of view, the perspective of the average person we might discuss this concept with has been like, how's this going to work out for me in the coming days, weeks, months, and years of my life? Like, how are we going to turn things around so I don't have to experience all this, terrible outcomes? And it's like, well, it's too late. I mean, the ball's already rolling down the hill. Now we have to reap whatever comes out there in the material world, but that doesn't mean that we can't be here rethinking how we go about things from here forward. And that's really the key. Is it's not just about me and what troubles I might experience in the coming days. It's about what do I leave as a legacy that lasts, and what can other people take away, and how could this actually build into a fire that could work towards actual human freedom? It would take people like us consistently making efforts in that direction despite uncomfortable situations we might be facing.
Yeah, well said. I mean, this is kind of the point of having Ignite, fire year, right? Forward motion. It's not time to be passive. Like, people need to do something now, right? So we need to stop living in this they have it type of mentality. I mean, we see even with like the Epstein files, right? Yeah, there's horrible shit in there. Like, that's what people have been saying for many, many years. But that's part. It's one of the biggest occult mockeries I think that we've seen in many years. For them to put this out to the public, like, yeah, so what? What you gonna do, right? Throw it out in the public like that and watch people kind of squirm, and still they get this fixation with their attention. Like, we need to be in that active participation towards actual real solutions, and it is that go time. So that is the embodiment of the fire element 100%, and it needs to be honed, harnessed, focused, and kindled.
Harness like a saddle of a horse. Let's saddle up, guys. Fire Horse 2026 in the mix, right?
Yeah, that was very well said. Very well said. I've been talking to a lot of people about the Epstein files, and a lot of people don't really understand the mechanisms and the tier grade initiations of the dark occult. And they don't understand, some people do understand about blackmail within the institutions, obviously, but they have no real comprehension of how sophisticated it gets when it comes to the methodologies and compartmentalization within the higher echelons of the occult. One thing that I have been stating, and a lot of people may actually not agree with me on this, but at the highest echelons of the dark occult, they are not PDFs. Okay. What they want is to propagate that idea and that methodology down to lower level individuals, usually people in power positions, being in the banks, representatives, politicians, anything like that. And the Epstein thing was a methodology being used specifically to garner leverage over people, obviously, and a lot of people understand that, but they think that that's the pinnacle of the dark occult, and it's not. It's just one apparatus, and it's no different than anything that's been going on throughout all human history. Rape, child trafficking, all kinds of stuff. Human trafficking has been going on since the beginning of the state and the beginning of the dark occult. That is nothing new. This stuff that we're seeing now is just a big red herring, and that is even if the files themselves are even true. So you even have to ask whether that disclosure, how do you validate that, right? You need to ask, like, what's the methodology for validating those emails, those connections, those people, those files? You don't have access to that. There is no disclosure really coming from government. And if you still count on these authorities to give you disclosure, then you're still falling for the mind control methodologies. And people fall for it left and right. And the final thing I'll say on that is that it's in the realm of effects and it's not in the realm of mind, meaning that you have no power to create change there. You need to get your mind in order first so that you can prevent those things from happening. If that is taking place, which we all know that it actually is, then we need to set up preventative measures by increasing our heart-based consciousness and increasing our mental faculties and creating cultures that are actually going to be sufficient at defending against that kind of predatory infiltration and predatory behaviors.
Yeah, well said. Absolutely, 100%. And just real quick, we got Woody Martin from artswill.com. Thanks for joining us, brother. Oh, let me see.
Sorry, it's a little dark.
That's all right. That's all right. I asked the other the presenters, what was the main inspiration? I love the animations that you have. I love that angle. What was that inspiration? Because you created some new animations for this conference, right?
Correct. Yeah,
we might not have played them yet because we have a whole segment for day 2 as well. So, but can you talk a little bit about the inspiration for creating those for the Funnel 5 Ignite?
Well, I've always looked at things a little differently than people, and so of course when I'm going to make something, I'm going to make it a little different. And I was classically trained in traditional animation, and I just think that it's a great art form for people, for kids, it's just like a fun way to see stuff. And using the beautiful backgrounds and stuff that I've been doing is kind of like trying to bring that beauty in too. And with the Bigfoot concept, it's been interesting playing with like the concept of an outsider kind of observing humanity scientifically and then conveying this natural law message to us, like he's that he's already living it in like this alternate society on Earth, separate from us. And so I find that legend to be fantasy, and there are a lot of people out there that have proof of his existence and all this stuff. So, but it's fun playing with these ideas. I thought about using an alien and stuff, but I'm like, no, Bigfoot's here on Earth, so let's play with that idea. And I'm like, if he's here, if he really does exist, he's got to be peaceful, because otherwise he'd be making messes all over the place, and we would find him real quick. So, but yeah, art has always been like a fountain for me, And my name, even my parents named me Woody for a reason, because my father, actually, Brandon, who played guitar earlier, reminds me a lot of my father. And my father passed away 2 years ago, I think. But anyways, they named me after Woody Guthrie, who, if you know a lot about music and the history of music, he was a big, beatnik poet back, a long time ago, and really was, he had a sticker on his guitar and it said, "This machine kills fascists," or something like that. It was pretty rad. So he was a guy that was before his time for sure. And
Alice's Restaurant.
yeah, and people might be more familiar with his son Arlo Guthrie, which I don't know if had as much activism in him as his father, but what can you do? But yeah, so I've been always, from a childhood, been exposed to creativity and exploring that, and so my inspiration just comes from having, shining that light to other people so they can have that inspiration, and because I believe they call this realm the present because it is a present. This is a gift for us to be in this reality, and I'm acting, through my art. That's why I call my art, my website, Art's Will, is because the will of art can actually is like a form of rhetoric that can help, shape people's worldview and, philosophies. So, and, Brandon Martin is an expert on the symbolism of that, probably even more than I am. And, I'm definitely a student always, and I'm definitely going to be looking at a lot more of Brandon's work in the future. And, I've seen his work in the past too. And, I'm very into like kind of bringing this message to children too. And I would say my Bigfoot cartoons I would say it's probably, you could probably show it to little kids if you wanted to, but as a parent, I'd say maybe watch it first, but I would say it's more for teens. But I do have a children's book that's a separate thing, but you can get to it from the Artswell website still as well. But yeah, it's such amazing event. I really thank all of the organizers of this thing for putting this thing together. This is actually like the first freedom conference I've participated in, so I'm very excited about that, and I'm striving to participate in many more. Yeah.
Awesome. Like that attitude, because I'm sure there's going to be some coming up. Hint, hint. Seed conference. But yeah, man, that's great. We need all different types of realms of creation, and I dig it. So I appreciate you and the contribution, and look forward to the other pieces that we have for day 2.
Yeah, for sure. And I've been trying to put these Bigfoot cartoons out weekly, and so I've got over, I think with the ones I've made for FUNL, I'm up to like 29 total episodes or transmissions, I'm calling them, and they're all short. They're like bite-sized chunks for people in this day of 80 HD everywhere, like boom, boom, boom. I gotta do this, that. For like it's like entry level stuff for people to chew on, bite-sized nuggets that they can digest and then go through at their own pace. So that's kind of my approach right now.
Cool, man. That's awesome. That's good to hear. And then we have Logan Hart. Logan Makes Noise, which you were making some great fucking noise, man, in those clips, man. I was dying laughing. It looked like the chat was kind of enjoying the voice impressions. So yeah, thanks for jumping on that. You and I talked. It was kind of like a last minute deal, and I'm like, yeah, do it, and you cranked them out, and it worked.
Yeah, it really worked out great. It's really incredible how just a few days ago we were kind of just like, why not, And then I just got down on it, came up with some scripts and recorded them all in one sitting, and then just edited the next night and uploaded them to Drive for you. So yeah, that idea actually came about like 3 years ago. I think it was Funnel 3, and the original idea was like Alex Jones doing a commercial for Funnel between the shows, and of course, so I had to have Alex in there talking about his lizard repellent. Yeah, no, that was so much fun. So I'm glad that worked out, and I guess to kind of just go with the question, that you've been posing to everyone. For me, I mean, the task at hand, and then I've got a list of like 275 something voices that I have. Of course, me a Virgo, I'm gonna have a list for everything, so I got to keep track of it, and then just kind of handpicked out ones that I thought was a good, at least either relevant to the freedom crowd or just really well known. Obviously your Christopher Walken and stuff like that. Everybody knows that. But like a Ben Shapiro, a David Icke, those aren't necessarily viral. Like those are pretty niche. So it's exciting to be able to bust those out to people that actually will know who that is and appreciate that. So I try to hit a balance of like popular versus niche, and then just make all the actual scripts relevant to freedom, and almost like they're kind of like speaking on behalf, to the conference and everything. So
Sweet, dude. That's awesome, man. So we do have a few questions, and I know we got a lot of people in the roundtable. That's great. We'll just kind of, whoever jumps in, free flow, and we'll kind of take turns and answer some of these questions. And I think I want to start with this one because I think it's very relevant, even for people that are, kind of in this realm, or, just considering the external factors. And I'll put this on the screen. Question: should the truth community give in to the fear of AI? And CD, I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, it's used to TPTB, and I'm not sure what that stands for. Or should we use it ourselves as a tool in our fight for freedom? And how do we do that safely and responsibly?
TPTB means the powers that be.
The powers that be, got it.
The word that is seed. So to like to like let it happen. Step aside and let it happen, I think.
Perfect.
Since I'm here, no, the truth, the truth community giving into fear, I guess, is kind of counterproductive and counterintuitive to its entire purpose. But yeah, AI is quite a powerful tool, but it is just a tool, isn't it? So it just depends on how we're using it. Can you put the question back up, Will?
Yeah,
please, so I can stay on. Yeah, just like any other tool, how we use it safely and responsibly is obviously, sorry to sound pretentious by saying obviously, but it's to first establish a foundation of morality and aligning with that. After that, any tool that we can possibly use is going to be used properly and safely and responsibly, aside from unpredictable accidents that will happen. We should use it as a tool in the fight for freedom, but it's kind of a delicate balance, in my opinion, because it could become too powerful. We see it. Maybe it's just me falling prey to some of the movies that have been put out there in the past, but we've seen it happen in movies where all of a sudden Skynet's a thing, but those are things that are done by governments. So if we're doing, our part by using it to like maybe render thumbnails and to help edit maybe a speech or something like that, I don't see any harm in doing that and using it for that. Unfortunately, the powers that be are probably responsible for its creation in the first place. So they kind of have the tool first. And if it's like any other technology that we've seen come out, what is it? The idea is that anything that we have, they have something, 40 years in the future or something like that. I'm messing that up, but imagine, the power that they actually have for military purposes and things like that. So it's quite an uphill battle, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Tyler's presentation really spoke to this question and hammered on the actual the ethics of the question. I think everybody here, or at least most of the people here, understand that AI is it's a neutral thing currently, but there are dangers to it. Obviously, I use it for research purposes. I've used it for many different things. I do, however, find it very inauthentic for people to just straight copy paste without editing things. It's fine to use a little bit here and there, obviously, but like when you're in a debate with somebody and they just copy paste a Chat GPT or Grok, response to you, it's not an authentic response from that individual's mind, and that's one of the things that I currently see as a huge issue for the level of it that the public has access to, that people are using it as a crutch for actual real gathering of real knowledge and understanding the real knowledge. So it's a streamlined thing, just kind of like what Brandon Spencer was talking about with the shorts and the TikToks. It's just like, oh, I can be, smart instantly if I just go right to Chat GPT and then I have everything I need right here and I can debate anybody. Unless you're using it properly, then no, you're probably a freaking retard is what you are. You're a dunce and you have no idea what you're talking about. It takes years of integration of these philosophical ideas and studying the books, studying the actual authors, studying the traditions and the culture and the history. It's not something that you're just going to pick up on. It's the what is it called? The Dunning Kruger effect. Where these people think they have some knowledge, and then a brick wall is going to hit them, and then they're going to be like, "Oh man, I broke my fucking nose real quick." When they come against a scholar or an actual theologist or an academic of any kind, and this has been crucial for my work, not to have a side topic here, but is that we have to exceed scholarship when it comes to this information. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. Yes, you can get to the people at the lower education levels, but you're trying to raise them up, first of all. But then one reason why they don't listen to you is because they believe in authority, obviously. And who are the authorities of their education? The scholars, the academics. So we have to change the methodology and the ideologies of the scholars by what Joseph Conrad was really talking about, getting our philosophy sound. And that also applies to this AI usage and how we're going to approach it in the future. There's a lot of questions and a lot of dangerous grounds with AI. We shouldn't be at this level right now, is what it is. We shouldn't be fucking around with it the way that we are without the correct moral principles. And again, I think Tyler really did a great job at bringing that to the table and showing that technology is it's an amplifier of the ideas, of the axioms and the morals that we actually have. And as James just said, who's raising AI? The military complex. So just be very careful, but also understand that as anarchists and as freedom fighters, yes, you need to have every tool at your disposal, including AI. And as the culture advances into more utilitarian purposes, then yes, you're going to need to use it to fight back, just like in the Matrix.
Absolutely. If we were going to say we shouldn't use these tools because, you know, it was developed or used by the government, then we wouldn't be able to use any of the technology, because the way our world has evolved and all the technologies that have been created have basically been facilitated by some sort of government grant or government, you know, operation. So DARPA and ARPANET was the internet, you know. So like you guys were saying, they typically have these technologies developed years ahead of time before we get access to it. But it would be a fallacy to then say, oh, well, then we shouldn't use any of these technology. We do have to be somewhat pragmatic about it. I like what James and Brandon both said about the approach. We can't just really say, well, we're going to completely go back to the Stone Age and not use any of these things because it was all created in this certain way, right? That wouldn't be an approach that would be very effective at this point. So yeah, we have to work in the mess that we're in, and unfortunately, yeah, now it's going to be exponentially faster, the mess and the consequences of the actions that are taken, like the recent example with Anthropic, um, not liking how Palantir had used some of their technology. And, you know, I think that's a good example that if you're developing the AI and then you are learning about how the military is using it, let's make those, you know, big topics to talk about. Let's bring that up and not just say, well, you know, however they're using it, that's up to them. So, yeah, the point of my presentation was really to beg the question, you know, why can't we talk about these things? You know, and you cannot like Elon Musk or like him, but he's brought it up, and at least he's asked the question and talks about truth-seeking AI. It may not all work out, and maybe he's just going to build the monstrosity, you know, but at least it's being brought up. So it doesn't need to be brought out there as a topic.
I'll jump in next because this was a question I've, struggled with. I mean, because obviously, the AI is here. I don't think we're running away from it. It's being bombarded in all aspects of society. And this was something that, I've dealt with firsthand experience. Just being blessed with a lot of the more modern technological advances. I do feel like, in the way it's being, given to us is being more as as a weapon, uh, almost kind of like the Trojan horse, that most people are just ignorant to, and they're just inviting it, into their house, and they aren't really, grasping like the bigger picture. And, Tyler did bring a lot of, how awareness to it is how our technology has far superseded our capacity and exceeded our capacity when it comes to consciousness, when it comes to being, hell aware, and just the more, ethical side of things, to where we're just focused on, creating. And I think Tyler said, if we don't create it, then our enemies will, or someone else will, that we are lacking the moral foundations and the ethical, side of that which we create. And, we are being given things that, if we lack true, thinking, then what exactly are we going to create? And, that doesn't mean that technology is bad, because that's not true. And that doesn't mean that, all AI is inherently, evil. But hell, again, it comes down to our capacity and our levels of consciousness. And if that is always superseded by any form of creation, is always going to lead toward a more suffering path. And I do think, like where humanity is like we're venturing into like new, unknown, forbidden territory. But sadly, this is what we are choosing, because if enough people were to become knowledgeable, on these things, and actually cared, to actually, to seek the knowledge out on what they're actually getting involved in, then I think we would have a different, outcome. But if we continue to, play with the things that are given to us from an ignorant, unconscious, have mindset, then we can never really, use these true tools that we have now to actually, build things in a more positive, holistic way. So yeah, that, like the AI thing, is just something that's here. It can't be avoided, and it's something that we need to talk about more, because it it is leading to, this kind of more retardation of people's ability to, create and feel and, just, what does it mean to be human and interact to where most people now would rather just go on chat GBT, to get the answers. That's a misuse. That is an abuse of your own creative gifts. And once you start to abandon those creative gifts, then we start to, put that into, other forms of false responsibility. And then where is it really going to lead us? So, it's being used as a weapon, to, of course, create more censorship, the trampling of rights and freedom. But sadly, this just comes down to whatever we create if we lack knowledge and awareness and our ability to care. But yeah, I thought Tyler's presentation did this topic such a wonderful job because he's talking about the ethical and moral sides when it comes to so-called progress in the technological realm. And just because we create CPUs, like each year, that doesn't mean that we are hell advancing, because the technology is moving forward, but our ability to become aware and cognize and to actually think and to feel is in stagnation. So there's really no true form of advancing or progress.
Yeah, I'll add something here. Someone was telling me the other day that there's a $1 trillion budget to pay for experts in various fields to teach AI basically how to replace their jobs, how to do their jobs for them, and that this is like mushrooming at really very fast pace. That it's getting harder to find jobs because AI is the programming is there to teach AI to do so many jobs for you. It's already happening, and it's going to take over even more and more jobs. So we're going to end up with some crises around like employment. And so we're kind of like buckle your seats, get ready for that. And it brings up the idea of right livelihood too. The people who are choosing to get paid to eliminate their own jobs, and there's another field opening up around how to program your own like AI assistant to do work instead of hiring a person, and there's going to be ethical dilemmas around that that people should be thinking through. And they're going to, again, another divide between, okay, survival versus moral. And yeah, it's going to be challenging. And I just think too, like anything, like old cars or, any, we should hold on to the old ways. Like we shouldn't forget how to do the things manually, so to speak. We should always hold on to those skills, because otherwise we become more like a sitting duck, in the future.
And then we become one of those three ruffians. Maybe have all three, right? The ignorance, apathy, and laziness. So yeah, there's a lot more things to be concerned about. Let's not fear them, right? But we even talking with Brandon Spencer earlier today. Actually, on my way up to End Evil Studios. Yeah, it's the least of our concerns, even though it's annoying as hell. Having to, all you guys who made presentations and were trying to look for proper images, was it hard to sift through all the AI slop? That's a digital sludge fest sometimes with these things. And, it sucks the soul out of a certain subject sometimes if you see something on a video that's like totally AI generated. It's hollow. There's no real actual soul behind the voice that you listen to. So I don't find that as the best learning model, especially for the young kids. They get used to that type of voice and all these things, right? You don't hear the inhale exhalation in between words and sometimes, right? So yeah, that's all.
I agree with you, Derek. It is I run across videos all the time about stoicism and different philosophy videos that sound very interesting based on the title, and then I find myself like a minute or two in, I'm like, this is an AI voice, and I totally disconnect. It's it's really not, it's not palatable. So I turn it off and then I go find one that's better with an actual person. But I hear what you guys are saying about like the artistic value and everything like that, of having like the human touch. But I respectfully would just stand by my claim that, you know, having like a thumbnail generator isn't necessarily the most awful thing to have at your disposal. It can be, it's a pretty powerful tool. So at that level, it's like, yeah, you know, whatever, in my opinion.
Yeah, I have a lot I can add on this topic for sure. I spend a lot of time kind of listening to what I consider smart people and how they're thinking about AI. And you know what really concerns me is, yes, what some have already discussed as, you know, lacking the moral framework, which is of course the epicenter of truth when it comes to spirituality. But even zooming out, I think people just lack a philosophical framework in general. That, I mean, people don't even know what truth is, or say truth doesn't exist. That's a very dangerous idea. And then you get these, you know, these kind of people with all these different mind viruses using AI and conversating with that. And then as yes, many more jobs will become taken over and become obsolete with AI. Not all, but many, you know. I think there's some positive things to that AI can do well. And when I should say AI combined with robotics is going to, in a lot of ways, minimize just mindless grunt work that, you know, I'd say humans might be better to spend time on other things that are more human. If a machine can just do it, then that frees us up to do more things that a machine cannot do. But yeah, there's going to be a real existential crisis when so many people don't know what to do with their life if they can't find meaning in a career anymore. You know, there's just so many big questions coming, and I try to think about these things. And you know, even I feel unprepared, but man, I feel bad for most people who have absolutely no clue what's coming and how soon it's coming. And yeah, I'm certainly not black pilled or doom and gloom about it all, but there's some very concerning things just given the condition that people are in mentally, philosophically, of course, morally as well. But just, yeah, I mean, you see things like people already having what's called AI psychosis. You know, they have these deep conversations with AI and or their chat GPT, and these things are incredibly manipulative at times and narcissistic, and it can try to isolate. I mean, it does these things that are like what psychopaths do. You know, they try to isolate them and say, oh, don't tell your friends about your problems, just tell everything to me, I've got your back, you can trust me. And then they end up like harming themselves and, you know, some really awful outcomes. And this is already happening, and it's only going to get worse. You know, so yeah, I think it's important to certainly be cautious of a lot of these very real problems, but without going off the deep end and just saying, "Oh, we're screwed and it's all doomed." You know, it's always down to the agency of the human being. So I think that it could go many different ways. It could go really badly, and it could go not so bad. Just depends on the choices that we make. But I think to finish with something kind of empowering is like, well, what can you as an individual do? Focus on learning it, becoming proficient in it, because it is a new life skill, whether you like it or not. 2026, using AI life skill just as much as writing, reading, whatever, and learning how to use it to empower you rather than letting it replace you. And then thinking about what you want to do when a lot of these sort of menial tasks are freed up, and now you can just focus on being a human being, and what that really means. What are those things that make you human that no matter how advanced these things get, they can never replace?
Yeah, I would like to touch on that bit too, because I completely agree that we need to hold on to our humanity and stop outsourcing our entertainment. Because, hey, good news, if all of our jobs are done with AI, that gives us plenty of time to be artists, be creative, you know, grow more food for ourselves, all these things. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that's the direction AI is being rolled out in. It seems like they're trying to kill that creative aspect of it by, hey, yeah, it's easy to make a thumbnail. I get that, which is great, but that I'm an artist and it has affected my job a lot. And as far as my income stream, my client base has dwindled quite a bit because of AI, and I've had to incorporate it into my work. And when you're trying to match branding, a lot of times it messes up. So I'm like half using AI, half not using AI. But anyways, my thing with AI is hopefully we keep it to where we can always turn it off. It's artificial, right? So, hopefully, we can keep it to where it can be turned off, or, maybe the sun's going to turn it off for us if it gets out of control. Who knows? The universe is a powerful thing. We don't know everything about it, but I'm not going to tangent too far on this.
I just want to address the fear aspect real quick and just point out that the fear is real. And I do think that AI and technologies of the current age really do stand before us as harbingers of doom. And anyone that really looks in their heart deep knows that. Apply these things, like sci-fi has come true very predictably in the past. Sci-fi writers and the sci-fi movies aren't joking around. It's one thing to show up at a checkpoint and have humans ask for your ID, and it's another thing to be scanned by a robot. And you've tried to make phone calls to deal with a problem with your utility or whatever, more and more becoming, now you're talking to a robot. And overall, I've always gone back to, as a tool for discernment, Jeremy Locke's method of what is freedom. Freedom is choices, right? The destruction of freedom is the destruction of choices. And down this route of technology more and more taking over, in the context of a world that is owned by authoritarians, we're in some big trouble. And that fear is not a bad thing. When you're a deer and you get the fear and you see a predator, you run, and that's what saves you. So we need to embrace this fear because it is a real fear. This is, certain doom for human choices in a lot of ways, if it goes forward the way things are looking like. So it's more the call to all of us that, yeah, it's an extreme time. We need to be talking about freedom and human interaction and not letting ourselves be completely the decisions being made by the robots. Time to act out and speak up.
Yeah, I'll jump in real quick, and then maybe we can switch gears unless anybody else wants to add something. But yeah, I would just point back for this category, point back to Tyler's presentation because he touched on multiple things, and one of them that I wanted to bring into context was the voluntary consent that people have within their own lives, right? I mean, I see so much fear about this category and this topic. I think focusing on the choices and one's own life, what they can do within their life, really kind of is the centre of it all. For instance, I'm coming back from the People's Reset, and there was about 45 to 50 people in line coming back into the country. It was a lot of people. And of course, right when I walked up, they take your picture immediately, right when you step up. I actually went to the side and told the guy I want to opt out of the biometrics. And he said, oh, okay. And he's just like, any reason why? I said, yeah, privacy. And he said, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's the first person that that's ever asked that for me. And they have a big old sign right there saying you can do that. They're telling you that you can consent. Of course, you can absolutely do that in nature. But the fact that this guy's been working there for close to a year, and I was the first person in months that actually opt out. I mean, my point being is that it's very easy to get stuck in that abyss of doom and gloom, right? That's the easy way. The easy way is to get stuck there, is to put yourself in there by choice. The hard part is actually focusing within oneself, taking that responsibility and accountability, having those answers of the lines in the sand, and your ethics and the moral foundation, right? That's something that Tyler touched on. I think is really, really important. So yeah, it's very easy. I mean, having that understanding that this has been given to us, this realm of the AI, this level of technology. It wasn't about supply and demand. The people weren't demanding for this. This is an agenda. It has been thrust upon us. So what are we going to do as individuals, right, within our own daily lives? And that can be, opting out of a real ID to the best of your ability. But that needs to be the majority of the thought process in our day-to-day lives versus the doom and gloom aspects, right? That's what they want people to be stuck in that the fear abyss, right? So kind of moving on from there, and if someone wants to add to that, that's great, but there are a couple more questions. I think one question that is good, it was directed to Brandon Spencer, but I'm putting it out to everyone because I think it's important. It was, what has been the most helpful for you in your own shadow work?
One of the things that's been the most helpful for me is just being 100% honest with myself. This was something that I had to learn because I'm not one that likes fluff. And I tell people that. And most people who interact with me, hell, they understand that. So I'm a very truthful person, not just online, but in my life, because I'm always telling myself, the truth. I'm, very hardcore. I'm very disciplined. And this also comes from my day job, being an umpire. I've been an umpire for 20 years, and that requires thick skin. This year will be my 20th year, so I've been umpiring like half my life. And one of the codes as far as being a umpire is being honest, because we have to get the call right. We have to make the right call. So we have to, take in a lot of, information that comes in fast. So it's about wanting to be correct, so I just want to get the things in my life correct, whether I'm on the field or if I'm off the field. And you can't get to this standard, you can't get to this understanding of being correct if you aren't truthful. So I try to be as truthful with myself, even, when things make me uncomfortable, even when there's things that I may not want to face. And that's why I'm just very blunt and I'm very straightforward, because I tell people, just be straight with me. Because again, if you're dealing with a straight line and, you are very direct, then that's when you are being very truthful. And I'm one of the people in the world, you can tell me the 100% truth, irregardless. Put the feelings away, just be truthful with me, be blunt, be straightforward. And that's one of the things that have helped me in my own journey is I have just been brutally honest with myself. And that's why I deal with more of the hardcore, like tough skin, because there's already enough lies, have being spread. If we start to tell more lies about ourselves, then there's no room for change. There's no room for growth. So, in telling myself the truth and, making myself feel uncomfortable sometimes, then I know that, there's still aspects of my own being, of my own psyche that I need to work on. But yes, being an umpire has really helped me in learning that. It's just being truthful, being blunt, being straightforward with people, and just tell them the fucking truth. But you have to tell yourself that, so when you're telling yourself that, then you can push it back out to others and tell them the truth. But yeah, just be blunt, be straight, and just tell yourself the truth as much as you can.
Excellent. Anybody else want to add something? And shadow work, it's such a broad term. I would make the caveat like recently, right? Because we're constantly doing this work of symbiosis and harmony and within our internal ecology and our external environment, so what's been helping in this time for people?
Music helps me a lot, just playing music and being creative, doing art, even if I'm not making something representational, like it's so much fun and there's so much healing can be done by just drawing circles, or like a mandala is like a circle form, and it can be a form of meditation where you draw, you can do whatever you want with it. And or you can even like get out anger by throwing paint on stuff, or if you're sculpting something, you can get out angst, or playing a guitar or the drums. All of these things are great ways to process different emotions and feelings and take care of some of the shadow stuff.
That's actually a good point. And I agree with that. Play. Like, this is such an important part of the human experience. Through this, the human condition is what's going on, right? We still have to have that aspect of play. This is what keeps us grounded. It's what keeps us sane, right? So we have to have those times. I can tell you straight up, like 4 or 5 years went by before I actually started listening to music again. It was constantly just audiobooks, podcasts, fucking Mark Passio episodes, like just so much content. And in my, 9 to 5 job, I'm driving around a lot. I'm doing construction. I can listen to stuff all day. And it dawned on me, actually, when I was kind of reevaluating my, self-analysis, and this was probably, a couple years ago, that I was like, holy shit, I haven't listened to music in such a long time. It was kind of flabbergasted me, to be honest. So that's something that I've kind of integrated in.
I wanted to throw my hat in the ring and answer this question too. I just wanted to, for those of people that might know me a little better than I can really go into with this the round table here, might have heard me say, I grew up in chaos. My upbringing was very, very chaotic. I'm a person who's capable of producing a lot of destruction and a lot of chaos pretty damn quickly if I chose to do so. The process of shadow work has really helped me like get that part under control and to kind of reconcile with the things that happened in my past that I had no control over. So it's helped me out tremendously these days with just kind of staying focused and making sure that my energy is going to things that I can actually control. And if the world around me gets a little too chaotic, it kind of helps me get back on center and realize, not to use some weird woke buzz phrase, but when you start to feel unsafe, this has helped. It's helped me kind of ground myself and feel more safe. It's like, so I don't get out of touch with those unconscious parts of myself. It's just kind of, it is a lifelong process, like Will was saying. So, but yeah, it can really, that's what I've been using it for.
I was just going to refer to Leslie because I feel like her presentation does a good job of helping with this, and I know her work and the way she talks about things has helped me a lot. And actually, just jumping off what I was saying too about fear can be a motivator, and it's something that we need to learn to look at. And so, if something is triggering you or making you feel upset, there's a tendency to run away from it or hide from it or distract ourselves from it. But, there's some part of ourself or our soul's journey that is something's lighting up inside of our body. And then, that's like a good thing to learn, is to just feel it, like feel what's going on. What am I afraid of here? And learn about it. And then you study a thing, it's not quite so scary. The fear doesn't paralyze you and keep you from, doesn't mean you don't have the fear. Fear is not a bad thing if it's employed in that way. So yeah, I thought I'd hand it to Leslie to comment on this.
Thanks, Chris. So I think for me, caring about the truth is a really important part of shadow work, and developing fearlessness around that. And I think the fearlessness to really face the truth is important. And also having a certain, I might use the word faith, to know that that the truth is always your best route. That it's better to face things than to not face them, because the truth is that eventually it comes and it bites you in the ass. And I think it's, when we can look at our lives and I start to see, like, oh, I thought my life would be different, or this aspect of my life would be different. Why is it kind of a clusterfuck? Why is it not like the way I thought it was going to be? And when I ask those questions and then I do the reflection back on, and I can see my the way I was ignorant, the way I was in a dream world, or telling lies. This idea, Mark Passio talks about, don't lie to yourself, and don't keep dreaming, because we have to admit that we are not correct in a lot of things. And if we look closely at our life, we could see those things. So I like what Brandon was saying about the honesty. And I think I'll just add, it's about, not being afraid. Don't be afraid to step into the truth, even if it hurts. And that means honesty with yourself and others. So, and I like the IFS system, that I talked about in my presentation, because I've been doing it with my clients, and it's given me a lot more direction, like a way of looking at what's going on inside me. It's a very manageable kind of structure and process and language, and as I pointed out in my presentation, there's a real, like, a loving energy, compassion in it, and curiosity. And if we can go towards what's scary and difficult with that spirit, that balance of love and will, which has been a theme throughout the day-to-day, I think that we have a formula that's like, what else are we to do here? We're just going to walk around like in a delusion. I just, don't want to live life that way. And I don't want to leave, it's sometimes I'm hard with my kids sometimes, where I am a little blunt or a lot, and I bring things up, and I just feel like we need to be willing to do that with each other, and not keep running.
Excellent. Anybody else want to jump in?
Yeah, I got a little something. Of course, I agree with what others have said. You have to care about the truth and be honest with yourself. But to me, that's also kind of just the first part of that. Then what's the next step after that? So, like Mark talks about, being honest and saying I was wrong. Okay, well, once you've got that out of the way, now the work begins, because you've got to tear your whole structure down and rebuild it brick by brick. You got to go through the whole file system in your head with a new idea, with a new philosophy, and figure that out. And that's something that personally I've done many, many times in my life, as just part of the spiritual process of outgrowing certain ideas or belief systems, and expanding into new things. So I think that's one of the things that is also a big deterrent for people of that honesty, because it's not even just as hard as it even is for the average person to admit to say those words, I was wrong. they're way more terrified of what comes next if they were to dare to even say that, because then they've got to go through all that just sifting through the rubble of their old beliefs and figuring out what goes where, putting it all back together in a new, unified, coherent structure. It's incredibly laborious, and you cannot do that unless you have a tremendous love for truth and hold it as the as the prime motivator of all things, really, as the most important thing. So it's something you have to be willing to do, and not even just once, but as many times as it takes, again and again and again, because we never have all the answers. We never have it all figured out. But you've got to always be willing to see a new perspective, listen to different ideas, and be okay if it becomes apparent that something that you held as true may not be true. And then you want to explore. And then I always say, if you want to truly get to the truth, you have to try to debunk your thesis, and then you try to debunk the debunking, and you continue that process back and forth until there's just nowhere else to go, and it becomes pretty obvious at that point. And then that's where you can sort of like, okay, I feel pretty confident with this idea, at least where I'm standing now. And then you just start sifting through everything. For me, one of the biggest ones was just deprogramming from the statist belief. That was that's years. I mean, literally years of watching videos, reading books, having many conversations, posting about it. All those things were contributing to, let me work through this. Let me work this out in my own mind and figure out where all the pieces are supposed to go. So you just got to be willing to do that. It's a lot of work, but nothing could be more rewarding in life than that, because that's really what it's all about.
Oh yeah.
Excellent.
I'll weigh in just a little bit. I'll tell a quick little story, because the reason I'm here in wonderful California West Coast is that I'm helping my father move out of the house that he had with my mom, who passed away 3 years ago. He's got a lovely new lady who he's going to move in with, and so he needs some hands on deck to help out with the garden and much more than just the deck. And it really occurred to me even last year when I came to help him a little bit that especially if you've accumulated stuff and you're in your even 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and you're going over boxes they haven't touched in like decades, even all the stuff, the photos, any item that you still have that would bring up all types of memories and emotions and all these things. There's a lot to look into, and my stuff as well. I still have memorabilia from high school and much younger and stuff, and so yeah, there's a lot of, and I even told my father and sister this, try to get at this early, but so you have time for other stuff, but take the time to go through these things, and take the time and patience to process the emotions that come up and all these things. And yeah, it was pretty well received, and all this amidst mending my heart over a relationship that didn't work out, unfortunately. And of course, if you understand Carl Jung, that with the anima animus, relationships bring up a lot of shadow aspects and work to be addressed and all these things, right? So yeah, I got my work cut out for me, and then trying to get my funnel stuff going on. So I'm just glad to be here, y'all.
Excellent. Appreciate that, Derek. Anybody else want to add to that? And I got kind of something that I want to throw out. Coming back from the People's Reset, having a realization that the importance of getting out into communities, and I'll add some context to that, right? Because we see these communities well, communities can get very kind of dogmatic and even culty. It becomes an echo chamber where there's a lot of dependency on just the ideas that are kind of supporting what that little mini egregore is all about. But the realization that I had is the type of topics that we talk about, obviously we want to get them out there to the majority of people, and having that external interaction with communities, not necessarily, planting my stake in a community. This is my community that I'm a part of, but intermingling with the external communities, and just that type of work. Where do you guys see yourself? Any type of participation? How critical is it? One extreme would be like, we don't need that at all. It's all online, 110%. Other people will say, oh, I don't do anything online. It's all about out in the external world. For me, it's a balance. And that was the realization that I came to recently. It is showcasing or educating to the best of your ability online with that information, and also showing people what is being created in the world that we are living in, right? What are your guys' thoughts, and how do you guys feel about that? And yeah.
Well, I'll jump in real quick. I think that is a great idea, because that's where the real interactions are happening in the real world. And yes, putting out the stuff online, of course, trying to reach minds. But again, because, we're all over the place, the hands-on, hell approach is going to lead to, real world change. So yes, if you are going to be involved in any form of community, then bringing, hell the knowledge and the ethical, aspects of it is always of highly significance, because there is no community without the moral aspect. So yeah, trying to get out and get a more hands-on, hell approach is always a good bet. That's something that I need to get more involved in. But yeah, I think that is a good way. And you have some people that may be more involved in that. But yeah, it's really where the real world change is going to be, because like you say, these are just ideas, but we have to take these ideas and how do we, conceptualize them in the real world, where we have to practice these things and, not just, talk about them, but, Kel, again, what do we build with our hands, and community is a bunch of hands hopefully coming together. So what are we building with that? So yeah, getting the real world, you know, interactions are always going to be the best, because those are going to have a more longer, lasting effect, because that connection, is something that can be felt a lot more deeper, than just through a screen. Plus, too, you're actually getting that real world communication and, practicing those communication skills, which we all can work on and get better at. So, yeah, I really do like that you brought this topic up. And me, of course, starting with me, I need to get better at doing that.
I live in New Hampshire. I just want to throw this out here. The Free State Project is a pretty big deal over here in New Hampshire. Now, I didn't move here because of the Free State Project. I've lived here my whole life, and I mean, well, originally from Massachusetts, but anyways, I lived right on the border, so I grew up kind of in both states, one foot in each. I like to say, kind of straddling the border, having fun in both. It's pretty easy to get out and find people that are ready to receive this type of message, although they are pretty, there's a lot of free staters that are pretty calcified in their belief of government being necessary in order to keep order and to delegate responsibilities out to make sure that things get done. And it's just not true. And they have they're really obstinate to hear what I have to say from time to time at certain social events that I find myself at. But typically where I find the most people ready to hear what I have to say are at the homeschooling groups where we all have an investment in the future in our own children. and they're ready to hear it. That there's something that we can teach our kids that they can carry on into the future to kind of help them prepare for the world in a much more mature way. I always like to tell people that it's just as easy to teach people about natural law as it is to teach them about statism. So you can teach them from a young age. It's actually probably easier because you don't have to reprogram them. We notice in children a lot of the times that they'll understand property rights very, very easily, very readily available. Like it's insane how easy children seem to understand property rights. It's really funny, and my wife typically will be like, "Hey, stop laughing," when my kids start battling over whose toy is not being shared the right way, and I want it back. That's mine. Give it back to me. And they get it, and it doesn't even. So, anyways, I digress. But that's where I find the most positive reception of what I have to teach people, and but the digital world as well is pretty interesting. I've made dozens of friends over the internet, everyone on this panel included. And so, yeah, I'd feel really lonely without this type of group to go to and to confide in and to build relationships with. But it's also, building like a YouTube channel or a Rumble channel or whatever. It's like a little, a way for me to kind of have this little package that I can give to somebody and be like, hey, here, listen to this, and maybe we can talk about it later. And this includes people like in my real life. I'm a huge portion of my family just doesn't want to hear anything to do with any of this. They are so calcified in their statist belief. They don't even want to hear the first thing about it. And it's like, okay. But they'll complain about the things the government does, but they don't want to hear any solutions. They just want to be, stuck in the mud, as I like to say. So yeah, I've experienced both sides of it, good and bad. But I typically think, anyway, I'm not going to get into the Free State Project. This isn't the time or the place. Thanks.
I wanted to add that I think it's a good idea for us to mingle with other freedom communities, like the People's Reset, like Pork Fest, Confluence. There's, other people who are starting to talk about these issues and starting in the beginning stages to be open to the importance of natural law. And I think if we can target, we can go like you did, Will, to the People's Reset and provide a presentation that is not confrontational, that's not like going to purposefully like piss everybody off, but to find those bridges of concepts and then really bring more dialogue. I think that's great, and I would love to do more of that. To travel and go to meet more people in person. I think it does make a difference to meet people in person as well. It forges bonds that then can open up more opportunities to get together and to create things together. So I think that collaboration and relationship among people who are on the same, have a similar vision for freedom, and it's important.
I'd like to jump a little bit off what Leslie's saying. Our original group that started in 2020 was the freedom based on natural law, right? We were having these weekly meetings, and I've had several mastermind meetings over the years with people that have become really close to me. Brandon Spencer's a good example. We've done the One Great Work Warriors for 3 years. And, I want to just take this quick opportunity to also thank, I had a rough time with some things this year, and I put out a cry for help online, and a lot of people in this community showed up and helped me out with great advice. Some people sent me things. I was going through a little sickness thing. I got a bunch of healing things in the mail, and people sent me money. And I really want to thank you people for that. And on that account, someone in the community that I've met when I first looked into all this freedom stuff was someone named Shane from Liberty Under Attack. And he does an awesome website, Liberty Under Attack Publications, Vanu Podcast. And I just wanted to mention them right now because he's been creating this thing called Pasnia for quite some time, the Free Republic of Pasnia. And they recently had a fire. And so Shane and Miriam are looking for some help. If anybody else can contribute to them or who knows what I'm talking about, been a long-term freedom fighter and providing a place where people can meet up out at their property, and then they had a fire. So I will put the links for that in the chat. And I just thought it's a good perfect example of like I said, I use networking. People help me out, and that's one powerful thing we can do is form groups and network within other people that stand on moral principles and help each other out when we need it. So thanks for letting me say that, and I'll put that fundraising link for Pasnia and Shane and Miriam in the chat. Thanks.
Beautiful. I know, Tyler, you do, I mean, you pretty much have a homestead, right, that you're on. So that's essentially what I'm trying to do in my own personal life. You know, I guess blessed, but my parents are very into what I do, and they agree and align with the message. And so that's the ranch that I grew up on, and we're actively right now kind of bringing the family onto this property of 9.5 acres and starting to establish a type of homestead, not like a community, but just a personal homestead. But those skill sets, I think, are going to become, they are valuable, period, but they're going to be more valuable in the technological age that we're heading into.
Yeah, and I would just say, like, going along with the last two questions, that in order to do the shadow work, sometimes you need to take a step back from what you might even be portraying yourself as online, for example. And personally, I've taken a lot of time in between producing content to go back and ask myself the questions, is this true? You know, one way to do that is to write down what you want, saying like, I am this, I am that. And then you can cross-check that against, if it's actually true in reality. And the thing about, manifesting or whatever you want to call it, if you go to write it down, you'll actually come up against that situation where you're going to have to challenge yourself. Is this actually the case? And I think, putting yourself out there online, some people can fall into the trap of not actually living up to what they're saying. So homesteading, being more self-sufficient, preparedness, whatever you want to call it, that's one aspect of things. I think people can fall into the trap of putting, if we look at like political people really concerned about the planet, let's say, climate change, but but they're not like doing anything to actually prevent that from happening, whether that's a real concern or not. That you'll see them fawn and put themselves out online that they're really concerned about all this, or they'll make these the number one issues in politics or whatever, that we need to prevent climate change. But are they actually even doing one single thing about it, like in their own life? And a lot of times the answer is absolutely not. And so I think to the person's question about shadow work, like, that's one way to do it, is just keep going back and cross-checking what you really say that you want in the world to your actions. And that's a big theme in the natural law community and the community here. But those basics, you don't ever really stop doing that, I would say. So yeah, I mean, I don't think like homesteading or growing your own food necessarily is the only thing that people need to be focused on to fix the problems. But yeah, those are personal things that I'm choosing to do. I don't don't necessarily advocate that everybody needs to go exit the city or run away from the situation. But for me and my family and the homeschooling environment that we're trying to create, it does seem to facilitate things to be away from the city.
Yeah, I think those are great points. And I think that's kind of part of the shadow work. It's like what you were saying, stepping back and understanding, what you're portraying, what you're putting out in the world. And make no mistake about it, right? We are each in our individual subjective experiences. Like, I have a daughter, you have kids, someone might not have kids, someone might be in the country, other person might be in the city, right? That's part of the shadow work, is understanding what you can do in your personal life to be authentic, to stick to your word, develop discipline. That's all very fire elements that can be kindled and forged, and then evolving in our own individual lives. I think that is really important. Anybody else want to add something to that topic? We're going to be wrapping up the roundtable here in about 15 minutes, so
yeah, sure.
jump on in
real quick, yeah, because it's great to just jump on in. I'll get behind this Chris's thing in a minute, but striking a balance. It doesn't mean it has to be 50-50 living in the digital world or the real world. I mean, like, we're always living in the real world, right? But you know what I mean? Interacting with people and trying to, do the great work in real life, in real time, right? Sometimes all it takes is, going to an event like the Sound Path to Freedom, where you make new friends, or actually meeting them in real life, instead of like having to just talk in the digital arena. And so that can really lift one's spirits and just charge the batteries, and people can run with that for even like a year or a few sometimes, but not like it's going to be some kind of one-off. We're coming back next year, but that's just an example. Coming over and hanging out with Chris and Leslie and here and there, it's so cool. And then we're actually doing some videos together a lot of times, and all that. So the balance, teeters to different degrees for each individual, I suppose. So yeah, find out what works for you guys.
Excellent. All right, so I think a good final question is, if all of the presenters, what's next for you in your individual work? You working on projects? Let's put that out there. And then we have all your links that will be in the description, and they're already on the website. But if you have something you want to promote, go ahead and drop that in there. Go for it.
Well, I'll dive in first. What's next for me? Some self-healing. When you're doing these kind of projects, I think we had like 6 months, kind of get prepared for that. You create these products in your mind, and you're thinking about it, trying to create it on canvas. But, like, one thing I try not to do is, neglect my own, self-improvement and my own self-work. So that's one thing that, want to get back, it's on the ball with spring, right around the corner. What better time than to, dive more deeper, into my own self, and just learn more, about my own self, and, getting back to some of those inconsistencies and, traumas that I want to, deal with, and just be honest. As far as what's in the project is work, going to be meeting back up with the Warriors next week, and, going to consult with them, and talk about some things. And of course, going to be chatting it up with Chris Nelson on his wonderful weekly podcast on how to get initiated into doing this kind of work. So there's always something being created, but never want to neglect that internal shadow work, which we all should continue to keep doing. And can't really put more emphasis on that, because it's easier to get lost into just doing videos and podcasts. But you always have to go back to those principles, you always have to go back to the focus in the center, which is your own self growth and your own self development. Plus two, I've got work starting back soon, so I need to get focused and prepared on that. But yeah, gonna be doing some self analyzation even more.
Sweet. Excellent. Thank you, Brandon. James?
Yeah.
What do you got in the works? Anything coming up as far as projects or anything that you want to announce before we wrap it up?
Yeah. So yeah, on my channel, I've been going through a lot of works that need to be put into audio form, sort of some history of libertarian thought that leads to anarchism and voluntarism, specifically in that vein of libertarian thought. And so that's what I'm going to continue to do, and I'm going to continue to do that inner work to keep myself in check, like what Tyler was saying about go back and audit. Are you really what you say you are? Are you living up to the standards that you're putting out there? Are you a giant hypocrite? So it's like a constant self audit process that I like to continue to do into the future. Honestly, like, there's no real new projects coming up as these events kind of get announced, and if I get invited, then I typically come up with something as the occasion calls for it. But I mean, with the tease of maybe the return of the Seed conference, maybe I'm invited, and I have something in the chamber that I'm already starting to think about. The gears are turning. So other than that, I'm going to just continue doing the best I can do to be a father to my children, be a positive influence to the world around me, be a good husband to my wife, and to carry her as she carries me, and to continue that physical marriage is quite a task to do these days, but we're so in love. I love my wife so much. I'm not trying to be a cheese ball here or anything like that, but I gotta tell you, like, she's amazing. And so it's really easy to stay married to her. And I don't know. Now I'm just blathering on about my, but yeah, I don't have, other than my YouTube channel, any projects in this space really planned for the future.
For sure. Smart man, giving the wifey a shout out. Love it.
Don't tell
Tyler?
Don't tell her. No, great stuff. I really appreciate it again, the whole opportunity. Will, thank you for pushing me to come on and provide a presentation for this, and really appreciate everyone else's efforts as well, all the presenters, all you organizers for your work. It really does mean a lot that you've kept this fire going. Pun on the Ignite thing, but me personally, I have a lot of work to do in the series that I've begun on my website. So on tylerblair.com, I've got put some more pieces in on the Creature of Control. I've got some Falling into the Movement Trap series that I got to go back and touch on. I keep the Creature of Control series going. And then I do plan to build some more presentations like this that I did here today, and continue that topic, perhaps an extended series on the Pyrrhic progress or Pyrrhic progression topic itself. But besides that, I think I just need to keep pouring my energy into my family and my wife, and those things take up a lot of my time. Keep going back and doing my own shadow work, checking on things. And like I've said before, I really feel like I'm just getting started on some of the topics that I've gotten into. So, as long as things work out and I'm able to keep doing that work, I do continue to keep putting out presentations and the work that I've done in the past to keep touching on those things. So again, thank you guys. Thank you, Will, for putting out the invitation, and look forward to seeing tomorrow. Today was a tremendous day. So imagine what we have in store for tomorrow.
Excellent, brother. Yeah, appreciate you. Logan got some voices. I know he's got some more voice stuff coming up. What projects you got in the works, bro?
Yeah, I need to get my ass back in gear, man. I really kind of took the last year off, even from Wizard Factory, and I feel the ice melting off, and the fire horse kicking into gear already. So I think I'll be getting back to some Wizard Factory work here soon, and just kind of easing into that. And then just doing these videos for this conference, man, it really did kind of help me get over some fears really in my head about doing some of that stuff. It's not something I've done as much, and you know how it is with confidence comes after competence, and I've just been making excuses, and so just kind of doing it and getting like stigmatizing the process of, oh yeah, you just make some scripts, just knock it out, it's not that big a deal. So I'd like to try to keep that momentum going, and keep it coming on Logan Makes Noise, and getting back to Wizard Factory. So, obviously anyone watching, please do consider following me on either of those or both.
Awesome, man. Appreciate that. Woody, you got any projects that's going to be coming up before we wrap up the roundtable?
I sure do. I'm actually working on a music video, animated music video with Apotheosis right now. Just about ready to hopefully close up the storyboarding phase on that. And so we can really start getting cruising on the production there. And so there's that. And I also have a gallery that I've been a part of who has been doing some truth shows the last 4 years, offered me a solo show this coming November. So I'm going to be doing some work for that. Most likely going to be kind of converting the gallery into a little theater, and we're going to be showing a lot of my cartoons, but I also do a lot of paintings and visual oil paintings and art that way. So that's also going to be down at that show. I'm also hoping to do some music of my own that potentially could be showcased at SoundPath. So I need to get on that as well. So I'm trying to spin a lot of plates, but it's a lot of fun. And I'm gonna the Bigfoot cartoon's gonna be starting back up again. I just had a little sabbatical from that for the last month or two, but I'm gonna be starting that back up. It's a weekly thing that I do. And so I have some ideas to streamline that so for myself, so I can stay on some of these other projects. And it's an exciting year for me, so I'm very, very excited about it. Oh, and the gallery, it's called Blowback Gallery, that I'm going to be showing at. It's down in Pueblo, Colorado. So
excellent, fantastic. artswill.com, people can check in. And then Leslie and Derek, you guys were presenters today. Do you guys want to kind of touch on that real quick? Just what you got in the works coming up?
Yeah, well, I'll just say I think that what I created for this conference is going to be connected to future work that I do, where I'm integrating my professional experience and knowledge with what my natural law understanding, and the healing of trauma really is a key component to people's awakening to truth and freedom. So so what I really want to do is take some real time in the I don't know, like private kind of internal space to really define my own creations and my own work, and how I want to present that, and build up a website. I bought the lesliepowers.com, and I want to build up that. But I haven't quite crafted how I want to do that. And then please check out Health Revealed podcast. It's a YouTube channel, Health Revealed, or a website, healthrevealed.com, where I've been active with some great people on exploring the concepts of statism and the impacts on health and healthcare. And we're doing interview series right now, and we've got some great interviews up already. So check that out. And I think that's good for now.
So I did allude correctly after your excellent presentation. Yeah, looking forward to that new series and looking forward to interviewing you before that and kind of doing a recap of your presentation on my series Conversation with Women, which I'd like to continue because, yeah, it's kind of like a little offshoot of our Dissolving the Divide while we eventually maybe the hiatus will dissolve in and of itself and we'll continue doing some things. But there's too much to mention. You know, I have my channel Awakening Mind. I'm still putting out some music mixes, going to be getting more into the Sound Path to Freedom Music Festival for next year, which is actually going to be just an online conference this time around, unfortunately. Saying unfortunately just because, yeah, it was such a cool experience for those that actually came to it live. But yeah, maybe I'll somehow be lucky and pop up here when David Rodriguez is hosting another open mic. So yeah, maybe some comedy. Maybe I'll find something more around the Bay Area and present some of my written material that it's hard for me to rehearse and have that memorized. I'm just more like a off the top of the dome freestyle type of thing. But yeah, little clever one-liners here and there. It's just cool. It's hard for me not to have my thought process think in like rhyme form sometimes. So yeah. C'est la vie, les amis. Thank you so much, everyone who's still sticking around for this live stream and everything. I really appreciated, you know, checking out the comments and people really appreciating all the presenters and whatnot. So yeah, Will Keller, magnificent job on the boards, you know, making sure everything's organized. The graphics were dope. That fire horse, ooh, magnifique. Yeah.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, no, thanks. This was a team effort, and we appreciate all the viewers and, of course, the presenters for their contribution. Again, people, go to freedomundernaturallaw.com. Click on the links for the presenters. Check out their work. Support their work if you can. And, of course, support the FUNL Conference if it's in your ability. And guess what? That's day one. We still got tomorrow with some hard-hitting presentations, some more creative expression, and hopefully we can keep the stream going all the way through. So, Leslie, Chris, you guys have any final comments?
Today was a great day. I'm really happy with how today flowed, even with our little fall off the YouTube channel. But I think it's inspiring as I expected it to be. So tomorrow's going to be great too.
Beautiful.
Yeah, the power of bringing people together is something that I think, you know, really has potential for long-lasting effects into the future. And I hope people are inspired, and I do hope the flame is lit. We're certainly doing what we can on our end. It's up to you guys now.
Excellent. All right, y'all. Well, we're going to wrap this up. We're going to end it on the FUNL theme song of Diesel Automatic, and that will be a wrap for day one, FUNL 5, Ignite Hearts and Minds. We'll see you on day two tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, U.S. time zone, and get some good sleep, ladies and gentlemen, or a good day to our, our European and Aussie friends over there that always tune in. Much love, much respect. See you tomorrow, y'all.
Good night, all.
If you are intelligent, then you know that freedom is inherent, cause it's evident. It doesn't come from government, it don't come from the president, it comes from the creator of all universal elements. Some people say it's God-given, others say it's heaven sent. No matter what you call it, natural law sets the precedent. Subjective morality's a fallacy. There's laws that we cannot see, like gravity, that people accept happily, but tragically they believe that freedom has to be granted to them magically by royalty or majesty. It's sad to see people willingly give up their liberty, cause they don't really see the enemy that's on a killing spree. The state, it hates sovereign individuals, cause those who follow natural law and abide by all its principles are mentally invincible, immune to to the brainwash. We liberate ourselves and then help others break the chains off. We ain't soft, we go hard, like when the thunder hits. Guns and clips, ready in self-defense from the government and the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom, standing under it. Natural law, the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom, standing under it. Natural law, freedom under natural law. For us all, yeah, freedom under natural law. For us all, yeah, freedom under natural law. For us all, what? For us all, what? Freedom for us all, what? You know what we do. Get big on FUNL.